The Cailleach's Winter Mantle. Dedication to the whispering wind that carries the seeds of stories across the ages, to the emerald earth that nurtures hope in its frozen heart, and to the enduring spirit of the Cailleach, who reminds us that even in the deepest winter, the promise of spring persists. This tale is woven from the threads of ancient myth and the whispers of the wind, a testament to the enduring power of nature's cyclical dance, the persistent hope that blooms even in the face of the harshest winter. It is dedicated to those who find solace in the stark beauty of the wild, who hear the music of the spheres in the rustling leaves and the falling snow, and who understand that death is but a prelude to the vibrant symphony of rebirth. May the emerald tear of spring always find its way to your heart, reminding you of the enduring power of life's resilience and the unyielding hope that blossoms even in the depths of winter's embrace. May this small offering serve as a reminder that the cycle of life and death is not a tragedy, but a continuous and beautiful dance, a breathtaking spectacle of creation and renewal that unfolds before us in every season, in every heartbeat. May it inspire you to listen to the whispers of the ancient land, to feel the pulse of the earth beneath your feet, and to find your own place within the grand, unending cycle of nature. For in understanding this cycle, we find not only our own place in the world, but also the profound beauty of our own fleeting existence within this magnificent, ever-turning wheel of time. This is a dedication not only to the characters within this story, but to the reader, to the listener, to the keeper of stories, to all those who hold within their hearts the persistent spark of hope, even amidst the cold winds of winter's longest night. May this humble tale warm your soul, just as the vibrant green of spring warms the heart of the frozen earth. May it remind you, as it did Eóin, that even in the bleakest of landscapes, life finds a way, always. And may the legacy of the tear, a tiny emerald flame against the vast whiteness, forever burn brightly in your imagination. Eóin's encounter. The wind, a razor-edged whisper, sliced through Eóin's thick wool cloak, carrying with it the first hesitant flakes of snow. He huddled deeper into himself, the chill seeping into his bones, despite the layers of protection below him. His flock of sheep, small white puffs against the darkening landscape, huddled together for warmth, their woolly coats barely visible beneath the swirling snow. He was alone, save for the silent company of his sheep and the ancient, whispering hill that cradled them. The hill itself seemed to hum with an age beyond reckoning, Each windswept crag, each frost-covered stone, pulsed with a silent energy, a palpable sense of time stretching back to the dawn of creation. Eóin, a boy barely past his 12th year, felt this ancient thrumming in the very marrow of his being. It wasn't just a feeling, it was a connection, a deep, resonant chord vibrating between him and the land. He had spent his life on these hills, tending his father's sheep, and the land had become an extension of himself, its rhythms woven into the fabric of his existence. He knew its moods, its secrets, its silent stories whispered on the wind. The setting sun bled across the sky, painting the snow-laden clouds in hues of bruised purple and fiery orange. The light, fading fast, cast long skeletal shadows across the frosted landscape, transforming the familiar hills into something both beautiful and terrifying. The stark, almost brutal beauty of the winter twilight held a strange allure, a captivating blend of desolation and ethereal grace. The air, sharp and clean, stung his lungs with the icy kiss of the approaching winter. The world was turning inward, shrinking, preparing for the long, cold embrace of the season. Eóin felt a shift in the air, a subtle change in the rhythm of the wind, a stillness that preceded a storm. It wasn't the stillness of calm, but rather a pregnant pause, a moment of anticipation before the release of pent-up energy. The very air crackled with an unseen power, a silent energy that hummed at the edges of his perception. He felt a sense of expectancy, a feeling that something extraordinary was about to unfold. He wasn't afraid. Rather, he was filled with a strange sense of awe, a deep-seated respect for the power that throbbed beneath the surface of the winter's veil. Then she emerged from the swirling snow. A figure materialized, rising slowly from the heart of the storm. It was a woman, but not a woman in the ordinary sense of the word. She was ancient, powerful, her form shifting and indistinct, like the fleeting shapes of a winter's cloud. Her presence was not merely physical. It was a force of nature, a tangible manifestation of the winter itself. Her face, half hidden by the swirling snow, seemed both beautiful and terrifying, carved by centuries of wind and frost, yet still possessing an uncanny vitality. Her eyes, the color of glacial ice, held the wisdom of ages, a profound understanding of the ebb and flow of time. Her clothing, or what could be described as clothing, was woven from the very fabric of the winter landscape. It seemed to be formed from the drifting snow, the icy wind, and the whispers of the chilling air. Icy crystals clung to her garments, sparkling with a cold, ethereal light. She moved with a slow, deliberate grace, as if she were a part of the very landscape itself, an embodiment of winter's relentless, unstoppable advance. There was a quiet majesty about her, a regal bearing that commanded both respect and a primal fear. She was the Cailleach, the ancient hag, the embodiment of winter's power. Eóin watched, mesmerized, as the Cailleach began to weave her winter mantle. It wasn't a simple act of crafting, it was a ritual, a shaping of the very fabric of reality. She worked with both grace and power, her movements echoing the rhythm of the falling snow. The snow itself seemed to respond to her will, swirling and dancing around her, as if obeying a silent command. It formed intricate patterns, swirling like a delicate tapestry across the frosted hill. The air thrummed with a peculiar energy, a symphony of wind and frost, a song of the impending winter. The Cailleach's movements were hypnotic, each gesture imbued with an ancient power. She seemed to draw the essence of winter from the very land itself, transforming the falling snow into a living, breathing garment. The air itself grew colder as she worked, the temperature dropping perceptibly, as if winter's grip tightened around the land. There was a profound sadness in her movements, yet also a quiet acceptance, an acknowledgement of the cyclical nature of the season. It wasn't a melancholic sadness. It was a recognition of the power of death and the inevitability of winter's reign. As she neared the completion of her work, as the last icy threads were woven into the landscape, a single tear rolled down the Cailleach's cheek. It wasn't a tear of sorrow or regret, but a tear of pure, crystalline ice, shimmering with an otherworldly light. It fell to the ground, landing on the pristine snow, and then something truly extraordinary happened. The tear impossibly melted a small patch of the snow, revealing a vibrant tuft of emerald grass, unyielding and impossibly green beneath the thick layer of snow. The emerald grass, so vibrant and alive, stood in stark contrast to the cold, lifeless expanse of snow and ice that surrounded it. It was a tiny beacon of hope, a testament to the enduring power of life, a defiant whisper of spring amid the heart of winter. It was a symbol of the inherent resilience of nature, a promise of rebirth hidden within the grasp of death. The air seemed to shimmer with the magic of that single tear, the silent promise of life's relentless persistence. Eóin stared, his breath caught in his throat, his young heart pounding with a mixture of wonder and awe. He knew instinctively that he had witnessed something sacred, something beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals. The image of that single tear and the miraculous patch of emerald grass it revealed burned itself onto his memory, a symbol that would forever shape his understanding of the world. He understood, with a clarity that transcended words, that even in the face of winter's icy grip, the promise of spring, the resilience of life, would always endure. The emerald was a tiny, perfect symbol of hope in the desolate landscape. The silence of the hill held a newfound depth. The wind itself seemed to hush, holding its breath in respect of the sacred event. The memory of the Cailleach, the ancient weaver of winter, would forever remain etched in his mind, a reminder of the powerful forces that shaped his world and the enduring strength of life's cyclical dance. He felt a profound connection to the land, a deeper understanding of its rhythms and its secrets, a silent communion with the ancient spirit of the earth. The boy, once merely a shepherd tending his flock, had now become a witness to something far grander, a participant in the timeless cycle of life and death, a keeper of the sacred secrets of the land. The winter's mantle had been woven, but within its icy embrace lay the seed of spring, a promise whispered on the wind, a testament to the enduring power of hope. The Cailleach arrives. The snow swirled around her like a living shroud, obscuring her form, yet somehow enhancing it, making her seem less a woman and more a manifestation of the storm itself. Her movements were slow, deliberate, each step measured, as if she were pacing the rhythm of the dying year. There was a majesty in her stillness, a power that emanated not from aggression, but from the unwavering force of nature itself. The wind, which had been a biting, chaotic force moments before, now seemed to bow before her, swirling gently around her, as if in a silent dance of respect. Her face, partially hidden by a swirling veil of snow, was ancient, a landscape etched by time and the relentless elements, wrinkles deep as canyons carved by glacial melt, mapped out a lifetime, centuries perhaps, of witnessing the rise and fall of seasons, the birth and death of countless generations. Yet her eyes, the startling blue of glacial ice, held a spark of fierce vitality, a vibrant energy that belied the apparent age of her body. They were eyes that had seen millennia unfold, eyes that held the wisdom of the ages and a profound understanding of the inexorable cycle of life and death. Her clothing, if it could be called that, was woven from the very essence of the winter landscape. It was not cloth, nor fur, nor any material Eóin had ever encountered. It seemed to be formed of the snow itself, shaped by the wind, infused with the chilling whispers of the air, icy crystals, the size of dewdrops, but possessing a crystalline sharpness, clung to her form, sparkling with an ethereal, cold light that seemed to illuminate the gathering darkness. She was a being crafted from the very elements themselves, a living embodiment of the winter's cold embrace. As she began her work, the landscape itself seemed to hold its breath. The wind stilled. The snow fell in a slow, measured rhythm, as if the very elements were participating in a grand, ancient ritual. The Cailleach moved with a grace that belied her age and apparent fragility. Her hands, gnarled and seemingly as old as the hills themselves, moving with a sureness born of ages of experience. She didn't seem to weave her mantle so much as shape it, molding the very fabric of the winter itself into a magnificent, chilling tapestry. The snow, obeying an unseen command, danced and swirled around her, forming intricate patterns, swirling and shifting like a living, breathing fabric. It was a breathtaking spectacle, a symphony of ice and snow choreographed by a being of unimaginable power. Eóin felt a strange mixture of awe and fear, a deep respect for the potent forces at play before him. He understood, without needing words, that this was no ordinary woman, but a powerful, ancient entity, a force of nature made flesh. She was not merely weaving a winter mantle. She was shaping the very essence of reality itself. The air grew colder as she worked, the temperature dropping perceptibly as winter's grip tightened around the land. Eóin felt the chill seep into his bones, a cold that went beyond the physical, a cold that touched his very soul. Yet there was no fear, only a profound sense of wonder, a humbling awareness of his insignificance in the face of such ancient power. He watched, mesmerized, as the Cailleach continued her work, her movements as slow and measured as the passing of time itself. The process seemed both ancient and eternal, as if she were weaving a pattern that had been woven countless times before and would be woven countless times again. Each movement held a hidden meaning, a silent story whispered on the wind, a testament to the cyclical nature of existence. There was a profound sadness in her work, a melancholic beauty that mirrored the quiet sorrow of the dying year. But it wasn't a sorrow born of despair. It was a recognition of the inevitability of change, an acceptance of winter's reign, a profound understanding of the cyclical dance of life and death. The landscape itself mirrored the Cailleach's mood. The hills, once bathed in the warm light of the setting sun, were now shrouded in an almost ethereal twilight. The snow-covered peaks silhouetted against a sky the color of bruised plums and fading embers. The air hung heavy with the scent of frost and pine, the silence broken only by the whisper of the wind and the soft sigh of the falling snow. It was a scene of stark, almost brutal beauty, a landscape that seemed both desolate and strangely magical. The beauty, however, felt interwoven with a tangible sense of power and age, a stark contrast to the ephemeral beauty of spring. As the Cailleach approached the culmination of her work, the final threads of her icy tapestry woven into the fabric of the land, she paused. She seemed to gather her strength, as if drawing upon the very essence of winter itself. A moment of silence hung in the air, heavy with anticipation, a pregnant pause before the release of something both profound and inevitable. Then a single tear rolled down her cheek. It wasn't a tear of sorrow, nor of regret, but a tear of pure, crystalline ice. It shimmered with an unnatural light, an inner luminescence that seemed to draw upon the very heart of winter's magic. The tear, heavy with an impossible weight, rolled slowly down her weathered cheek, tracing a path through the frost that clung to her face, before finally falling onto the pristine surface of the snow. And then the miracle occurred. The tear impossibly melted a small circle in the snow, revealing a patch of vibrant emerald grass beneath. It was a tiny, defiant spot of emerald green, impossibly bright against the bleak expanse of white. The grass stood tall and proud, unbowed by the weight of the snow, a testament to the enduring power of life, a silent defiance in the face of winter's absolute reign. It was a symbol of hope, a whisper of spring amidst the heart of winter's grip. It was a fragile, perfect symbol of resilience. The air around the patch of grass seemed to shimmer, to throb with a silent energy, a magical aura that radiated warmth and hope in the face of the bitter cold. The emerald grass, small and seemingly insignificant, pulsed with a life force that seemed to defy the surrounding desolation. It was a tiny beacon of hope, a testament to the enduring power of life, an unwavering promise of renewal. It was a vision of spring, a potent symbol of rebirth hidden within the heart of winter. Eóin watched, breathless, his heart pounding in his chest. He understood, with a clarity that surpassed any rational explanation, that he had witnessed something sacred, something beyond the realm of ordinary experience. The image of that single tear, that impossibly vibrant patch of emerald grass, would forever remain etched in his memory, a potent symbol of hope and resilience. He felt a connection to the land, a profound understanding of its intricate rhythms and its ancient secrets, a silent communion with the heart of the earth. The Cailleach, the ancient weaver of winter, had completed her work. The winter's mantle was woven, its icy embrace descending upon the land. Yet, within that embrace, nestled amidst the snow and ice, lay the seed of spring, a promise of renewal whispered on the wind, a testament to the enduring power of life's cyclical dance. The emerald grass, that tiny, defiant blade of green, served as a potent reminder that even in the darkest depths of winter, the promise of spring, the resilience of life, would always endure. The winter's cold held within it the promise of renewal, life's enduring strength reflected in the emerald green amidst the stark winter white. The memory of the Cailleach, a force of nature, would stay with Eóin forever, shaping his understanding of the world, weaving the winter's embrace. The Cailleach's hands, gnarled and etched with the map of 1,000 winters, moved with a fluid grace that belied their apparent age. They were not merely manipulating the snow. She seemed to be the snow, a conduit for its power, its ancient wisdom. The flakes themselves, initially falling haphazardly, now responded to her unseen command, swirling and coalescing into intricate patterns. They were no longer simply snow. They were threads, shimmering threads of an immense living tapestry, spun from the very fabric of the winter air. The sound of her work was subtle, yet profound. It wasn't the sharp crackle of frost, nor the roar of the wind, but a quieter sound, a hushed whisper woven from the rustling of countless snowflakes, a low hum that vibrated in the very bones of the land. It was the sound of winter itself, a deep, resonant sigh that spoke of the passing of time, of the cyclical dance of life and death. It was the music of the spheres, a celestial ballad played on the wind's breath and the frozen heart of the earth. The air, already biting with the chill of a late autumn evening, grew colder still. It wasn't just a drop in temperature, it was a shift in the very essence of the atmosphere. The air itself seemed to solidify, to become thicker, denser, infused with the essence of winter's breath. It was a palpable cold, a physical presence that pressed against Eóin, clinging to him like the clinging snow, seeping into his very being. Yet it wasn't an unpleasant cold. It was a cold that spoke of power, of ancient mysteries, a cold imbued with a strange, almost sacred energy. The landscape around the Cailleach transformed as she worked. The snow, once a pristine blanket of white, now took on a life of its own, sculpted by her unseen hand. It piled into undulating drifts, formed into swirling patterns that echoed the celestial dance of the stars. The wind, once a chaotic force, now became a silent collaborator, whispering secrets to the snow, shaping its movement, molding it into the grand design of the Cailleach's winter mantle. The very hills themselves seemed to bow before her, as if paying homage to the ancient weaver of winter's embrace. The texture of the weaving was extraordinary. Eóin could almost feel the icy crystals clinging to her form, each one sharp yet delicate, each one a miniature masterpiece of winter's artistry. The snow itself took on an almost ethereal quality, shifting and shimmering in the fading light, its surface alive with a subtle, internal luminescence. It was as if the snow held within it a faint inner light, a magical glow that illuminated the landscape with a cold, otherworldly radiance. It was a texture unlike anything he had ever encountered before, something both fragile and immensely powerful. As the Cailleach continued her work, the very air around her seemed to hum with a strange energy. It was a low, resonant hum, almost imperceptible, yet profoundly affecting. It was a symphony of frost and wind, a harmonious blend of elements working in concert, a potent manifestation of winter's majestic power. Eóin felt this energy course through him, a subtle yet powerful current that resonated deep within his soul. It was a tangible link to the ancient power of the land, a communion with the heart of the earth itself. The process was slow, inexorable, like the passing of time itself. It was not a hurried act, but a deliberate, almost meditative creation, each movement precise and measured, each snowflake meticulously placed within the grand design. The change in the landscape was gradual but undeniable, a slow, steady transformation that mirrored the shift in seasons, the vibrant colors of autumn still lingering in some sheltered valleys, slowly faded into the monochrome palette of winter, the stark white and gray of the snow becoming increasingly dominant. The air grew colder, the light faded, the wind sighed, and the snow fell ever more softly. The very landscape itself seemed to be holding its breath, anticipating the culmination of the Cailleach's work, a silent observer to the creation of the winter's mantle. The soundscape, previously filled with the occasional rustle of autumn leaves, the call of a distant bird, now became a symphony of silence, broken only by the whisper of the wind and the gentle, rhythmic fall of the snow. The silence was profound, a stillness that was both eerie and compelling. The scent of the air changed too, evolving from the damp earthiness of autumn to the crisp, clean fragrance of freshly fallen snow. The aroma of pine mingled with the biting chill of the frost hung in the air, a palpable presence that both invigorated and chilled. The air became saturated with the essence of winter, its cold breath embracing the land, its icy fingers reaching out to every corner of the world. As the Cailleach neared the completion of her task, the energy in the air intensified. The hum became louder, more resonant, vibrating with an almost palpable power. The snow swirled with increased intensity, its flakes dancing in an ethereal ballet around the ancient figure. The landscape itself seemed to hold its breath, anticipating the moment when the winter's mantle would be fully woven, when winter's reign would be definitively established. The final thread, a shimmering strand of ice and snow, was placed. The winter's mantle was complete. It was a magnificent, chilling tapestry, a testament to the power of nature, a visual representation of winter's cold embrace. It extended across the land, a silent, majestic creation that altered the very landscape, shrouding hills and valleys in a pristine, icy blanket. A profound silence followed the completion of the Cailleach's work. The wind stilled, the snow ceased its dance, and a deep hush settled over the land. It was the silence of completion, the quiet aftermath of a great and ancient ritual. And in this silence, Eóin felt a profound sense of awe and wonder, a humbling awareness of his own insignificance in the face of such ancient power. The winter's mantle was woven, and the world was transformed. But within the heart of that cold embrace, a fragile promise of renewal remained. The memory of the emerald grass, a tiny beacon of hope, lingered in the air like a whispered secret. A tear of spring, the final thread, a shimmering strand of ice and snow, settled into place. The winter's mantle was complete. It was a breathtaking, chilling tapestry, a testament to the power of nature, a breathtaking visual representation of winter's cold embrace. It stretched across the land, a silent, majestic creation that completely altered the very landscape, shrouding hills and valleys in a pristine, icy blanket. The transformation was absolute and breathtaking. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath, awestruck by the sheer magnificence of the Cailleach's handiwork. A profound silence followed, deeper than any Eóin had ever known. The wind stilled, the snow ceased its dance, and a hush settled over the land, a silence of completion, the quiet aftermath of a great and ancient ritual. In this stillness, Eóin felt a profound sense of awe and wonder, a humbling awareness of his own insignificance in the face of such ancient power. The winter's mantle was woven, and the world was irrevocably transformed. Yet, within the heart of that cold embrace, a fragile promise of renewal flickered, a stubborn ember against the encroaching ice. Then, something unexpected happened. A single tear, a glistening droplet of melted crystal, traced a path down the Cailleach's weathered cheek. It was impossibly clear, reflecting the cold light of the fading sun with a brilliance that seemed to defy the surrounding gloom. It was a tear born not of sorrow, but of a profound and ancient knowing, a testament to the cyclical nature of existence. The tear fell, landing on the snow-covered ground with a barely audible plink, and in that instant, something miraculous occurred. The snow beneath the tear, defying the prevailing cold, melted with startling speed. A tiny circle of bare earth appeared, a vibrant, shocking emerald green against the stark white of the snow. From this patch, a single, tenacious tuft of grass stubbornly thrust upwards, its blades vibrant and full of life. It was a beacon of defiance, a symbol of an unyielding spirit. The contrast was stark, breathtaking, the stark, desolate beauty of the winter landscape, the cold majesty of the newly woven mantle, and yet, nestled within this icy heart, this tiny explosion of life, the emerald green of the grass was an impossible color, a defiant splash of spring's vibrant hope against the monochrome palette of winter. It was as if a secret had been revealed, a whispered promise of the season's ceaseless turning. The vibrant green stood in stark contrast to the cold, gray tones of the winter landscape. This tiny patch of emerald green held a secret, an unspoken promise of renewal, of the resilience of life itself. Eóin felt a shiver run down his spine, not from the cold, but from the profound impact of the scene before him. This single tear, this small patch of grass, held a power far greater than the vast expanse of the winter's mantle. It spoke of an ancient promise, of life's relentless cycle of death and rebirth. It was a stark reminder that even in the grip of winter's deepest freeze, the promise of spring lingered, a hidden strength waiting for its time to bloom. The grass, impossibly vibrant, seemed to pulse with a life force that defied the surrounding cold. Its emerald blades shimmered with an inner light, a magical glow that seemed to emanate from the very heart of the earth. The grass seemed to hum with a subtle energy, a gentle pulse that resonated deep within Eóin's soul. It was a connection, a tangible link to the enduring power of nature, a potent reminder of the cycle of life and death that governs the world. The air around the grass crackled with energy, a palpable sense of vitality. The silence that had settled after the weaving of the winter's mantle was broken, replaced by a subtle hum, a gentle whisper of life struggling to be heard against the backdrop of winter's imposing quiet. The grass seemed to draw the energy from the surrounding landscape, collecting the faintest glimmer of warmth and light, absorbing the remaining energy from the disappearing sun, and channeling it into its own tenacious growth. Eóin knelt, drawn to the small patch of life, as if by an unseen force. He reached out a tentative finger, touching the delicate blades of grass with awe and wonder. They were surprisingly strong, resilient, their texture surprisingly firm, despite their slender appearance. As his fingers brushed against them, A strange warmth spread through him, a comforting sensation of renewed hope that pierced through the bone-deep chill. The warmth was not of the sun or fire, but of something deeper, more profound, the very essence of life itself. He closed his eyes, and as he did so, a vision flooded his mind. He saw the landscape transform, the winter's mantle slowly receding, melting under the warmth of a returning sun. He saw the snow disappear, revealing the earth beneath, rich and dark and fertile. He saw the vibrant greens of spring emerge, pushing through the thawing earth, bursting forth with an unyielding energy. He saw flowers bloom in a riot of color, their petals unfurling like joyful hands reaching for the sun. He saw animals emerge from their winter slumber, their movements revitalized and full of the promise of the season to come. The vision was overwhelming, vibrant and beautiful, a stark contrast to the cold reality of the winter landscape before him. The vision was vivid, so real he felt the warmth of the spring sun on his skin. This vision showed him the power of life to endure, to overcome the harshness of winter, and to emerge triumphant in the brilliance of spring. The vision underscored the message embedded in the single tear, the tenacious blade of grass. The vision faded, but the feeling of hope and renewal remained, a powerful and enduring presence that settled deep within his soul. Eóin opened his eyes, the image of the spring's vibrant rebirth still clear in his mind. The single tear, the patch of emerald grass, were no longer just symbols, but tangible proofs of life's enduring power. They were whispers of the promise of spring, a testament to the cycle of life's inexorable march through time. The winter's mantle might reign supreme for now, but its grasp was not absolute. The promise of spring, a fragile yet powerful presence, remained a persistent hope, a secret whispered in the heart of winter. The Cailleach, having witnessed this exchange between Eóin and the emergent grass, offered a faint smile, a rare and fleeting expression that spoke volumes about the depth of her understanding. Her eyes, ancient pools of winter wisdom, held a glimmer of warmth, reflecting the same hope that had taken root in Eóin's heart. She knew, as Eóin now knew, that the winter's mantle, however magnificent, was not an ending, but a prelude. The cycle would continue, the seasons would turn, and spring's vibrant rebirth would ultimately triumph over winter's cold embrace. The tear, the grass, and the vision had revealed this fundamental truth. The cycle of life was not linear, but circular, a never-ending dance of death and rebirth, a continuous renewal that stretched back to the dawn of time and would continue until the end of days, as the last rays of the setting sun painted the snow-covered landscape with hues of orange and purple. Eóin stood, a renewed sense of hope filling him. He understood now the profound power contained within the seeming fragility of life, the strength hidden within the smallest and most delicate of things. The winter's mantle was beautiful, powerful, awe-inspiring, but its reign would not be eternal. The promise of spring, held within a single tear and a tenacious tuft of grass, was a reminder that even amidst the deepest darkness, the flame of life remained, stubbornly defiant and forever ready to ignite anew. The winter would pass, and spring would come. Ein's observation, the image of the tear, impossibly clear and reflecting the fading sunlight like a captured star, burned itself into Eóin's memory. It wasn't simply a drop of water. It felt imbued with a profound, ancient magic, a potent symbol of the unseen forces at play in the world. And the grass, that vibrant emerald green against the stark white of the snow, was a revelation, a breathtaking testament to life's tenacity, its refusal to be extinguished even by winter's icy grip. It was a vibrant splash of color, a defiant cry against the monochrome palette of the season. He knelt beside it, his breath misting in the frigid air. The grass felt strangely warm beneath his fingertips, a surprising warmth that seemed to emanate from the earth itself, a deep, subterranean heat that pulsed with a life force beyond understanding. It wasn't the warmth of the sun, but something far more fundamental, more primal, the very essence of life's enduring power. He could almost feel the earth breathing beneath him, a slow, rhythmic pulse that resonated with the vibrant life of the grass. The silence of the landscape, previously so profound and absolute, now seemed to hum with a subtle energy, a low thrumming that resonated deep within Eóin's chest. It was the sound of life, a whisper against the vast quiet of winter, a promise of the spring to come. The air itself felt different, charged with a potent vitality, a tangible reminder of the unending cycle of death and rebirth. This was not simply a patch of grass. It was a microcosm of the world, a miniature representation of the eternal dance between winter's slumber and spring's awakening, Eóin felt a connection to the land, a deep and profound understanding that went beyond the simple observation of the scene. It was as if the land itself was speaking to him, revealing its secrets, its ancient wisdom, its cyclical nature. He understood with a certainty that went beyond words that the winter's mantle was not an ending, but a necessary prelude. It was a period of rest, a time of stillness, a preparation for the vibrant explosion of life that would follow. The stark beauty of the winter landscape, the cold majesty of the Cailleach's creation, served to emphasize the overwhelming power of the tiny, tenacious blades of grass pushing their way through the snow. He closed his eyes, allowing the image of the tear and the vibrant grass to imprint itself upon his soul. The image filled his mind, a potent symbol of hope and renewal, a reminder of the enduring power of life against the overwhelming force of winter. He felt a profound sense of awe and wonder, a humbling awareness of his place within the grand scheme of nature. The land, in its beauty and its harshness, had revealed its secrets to him, and he was forever changed. The vision returned, more vivid this time. He saw the winter's mantle slowly retreating, melting away under the warming embrace of the returning sun. The snow melted, revealing the rich, dark earth beneath, fertile and ready to receive the seeds of spring. He saw the vibrant greens of new growth pushing their way through the thawing earth, an unstoppable surge of life, a joyous eruption of color and energy. Wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors, their petals unfurling like joyful hands reaching for the warmth of the sun. The air filled with the sweet scent of blossoms, the buzzing of bees, the chirping of birds, a symphony of springtime sounds that filled him with an overwhelming sense of joy and renewal. He saw animals emerge from their winter slumber, their fur sleek and their eyes bright with the promise of new life. The landscape was alive, bursting with the energy of rebirth, a vibrant testament to the enduring power of nature. The vision was intensely realistic, so vivid that he could almost feel the warmth of the sun on his skin, the soft texture of the blooming flowers, the cool dampness of the earth. He could hear the rushing of streams, the rustling of leaves, the symphony of springtime sounds. It was a breathtaking panorama of life's boundless potential, a powerful reminder of the cyclical nature of existence. Winter's reign though absolute for a time, was not eternal. Its cold embrace was but a necessary prelude to the vibrant resurgence of life. This vision, this profound understanding of nature's cyclical dance, settled deeply within him. It was more than just a memory. It was a revelation, a fundamental shift in his perception of the world. The single tear, the patch of emerald grass, were no longer just symbols. They were tangible proof of life's resilience, its capacity to overcome adversity, its unwavering determination to endure. They were a potent reminder of the unending cycle of death and rebirth, a confirmation of the eternal dance between life and death, and the ever-present possibility of renewal. The vision faded, leaving behind a lingering warmth that chased away the winter's chill. Eóin opened his eyes. The image of the vibrant spring landscape still imprinted on his mind. He looked again at the small patch of grass, now imbued with a deeper significance, a potent symbol of hope and renewal. He felt a profound sense of connection to the land, to the cycles of nature, to the eternal dance between life and death. He understood that winter's dominance was not absolute, that within the heart of winter's icy grasp, the promise of spring remained, a persistent hope, an enduring testament to life's power to endure, to overcome, and to eternally renew itself. The Cailleach, her face etched with the wisdom of ages, watched him from the hilltop. Her eyes, ancient and deep, held a glimmer of approval, a silent acknowledgement of the understanding that had passed between Eóin and the land. She understood, as Eóin now understood, the profound significance of the moment, the powerful message embedded within the small patch of grass, a message of hope and resilience, a testament to life's enduring power. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with breathtaking hues of orange and purple, Eóin stood, the chill of winter no longer penetrating his heart. He carried with him the warmth of the vision, the potent message of renewal, the deep understanding of the cyclical nature of life. He had witnessed the power of life to endure, even amidst the harshest of conditions. He had seen the promise of spring hidden within winter's heart, and he knew with a certainty that settled deep within his soul that the seasons would turn and spring would inevitably come. The winter's mantle, though magnificent in its own right, would eventually yield to the unstoppable force of life's unending cycle. The dance continued eternally. The cycle would turn, Spring would come, the crystal's power. A strange pull emanated from the melted patch, a subtle tugging at his very essence. It wasn't a physical force, but something deeper, a resonance that vibrated within his bones, a call from the earth itself. He felt a connection to the land, a kinship with the ancient stones and the windswept hills, a feeling of belonging that transcended his own individual existence. It was as if the earth itself was reaching out to him, inviting him into its embrace, revealing its secrets, its ancient wisdom. Hesitantly, almost reverently, Eóin reached out and touched the crystal clear water of the melted tear. It was impossibly cold, yet it didn't feel harsh. It felt alive, a tingle of vibrant energy coursed through his fingertip, spreading up his arm like a wave of pure, crystalline light. It was as if the tear itself was a conduit, a channel through which the earth's energy flowed. He lowered himself, kneeling beside the patch of emerald grass, and gazed into the heart of the tear. The water, reflecting the fading light, seemed to shimmer with an inner luminescence, a potent magic contained within its miniature sphere. He saw not his own reflection, but swirling visions, glimpses of a world beyond the immediate reality of the windswept hill. Colors shifted and pulsed, abstract patterns resolving into fleeting images, like memories surfacing from a deep, primordial well. Then, as if drawn into a vortex, Eóin felt the world around him begin to dissolve. The stark, white landscape blurred, the biting wind softened, and the frigid air warmed. His perception of reality shifted, his physical senses receding as if he were entering a dream. The icy ground beneath him seemed to melt away, replaced by a soft, yielding earth that embraced him like a welcoming mother. The vision began subtly, a gradual shift in perspective rather than a sudden, jarring transformation. The muted colors of the winter landscape began to deepen, the whites and grays giving way to a richer, more vibrant palette. The wind's sharp bite transformed into a gentle caress. The sounds of the world faded, replaced by a low, resonant hum that seemed to emanate from the very core of the earth itself. The heartbeat of the planet, steady and strong. He was no longer on the windswept hill, but within the heart of the earth's cycle. He found himself standing in a verdant valley, bathed in the golden light of a rising sun. The air thrummed with life, a symphony of birdsong and rustling leaves filled the air. Wildflowers, in a riot of colors he'd never seen before, carpeted the valley floor, their petals unfurling like joyful hands, reaching towards the sun's warmth. The scent of blossoms hung heavy in the air, sweet and intoxicating. Butterflies with wings like stained glass fluttered amongst the flowers, their delicate dance a celebration of life's beauty. A crystal clear river flowed through the valley, its waters sparkling and alive. He saw salmon leaping upstream, their silvery bodies catching the sunlight, their journey a testament to life's indomitable spirit. Deer grazed peacefully in the meadows, their coats the color of burnished copper. Badgers rummaged through the undergrowth, their presence a quiet reminder of the interconnectedness of all living things. Every creature, every plant, every element of the landscape pulsed with an almost palpable energy, a vibrant life force that resonated with the valley's very being. He felt a sense of deep connection to this world, a kinship with the animals, the plants, the very earth itself. He was not an observer, but a participant in this breathtaking symphony of life, an integral part of the intricate tapestry of existence. The vision was incredibly real, the details sharp and vivid. He could feel the warmth of the sun on his skin, the soft texture of the grass beneath his feet, the cool dampness of the earth. As he walked deeper into the valley, the vision shifted, the season changed. The vibrant spring gave way to the lush green of summer, then the warm hues of autumn, before finally transforming into the stark beauty of winter once more. He witnessed the relentless cycle of life, death, and rebirth, each season a necessary stage in the grand, eternal dance. He saw the leaves falling, the animals preparing for the winter slumber, the land settling into a state of quiet repose. Yet, even in the midst of winter's cold embrace, he felt the persistence of life, the subtle promise of spring hidden beneath the snow. The vision wasn't merely a visual spectacle. It was an experience, a profound immersion into the very essence of existence. He felt the rhythms of nature, the ebb and flow of life, the ceaseless transformation that underpins all things. The constant change was not chaotic, but harmonious, a magnificent dance of creation and decay, a perpetual cycle of renewal. He saw the death of autumn giving way to the rebirth of spring, a testament to the resilience of life, its capacity to overcome adversity and emerge renewed. The vision continued, extending beyond the valley, into vast landscapes, towering mountains, endless oceans, whispering forests. He saw the stars blaze across the night sky, their ancient light reaching down to touch the earth, a silent connection between the heavens and the world below. He glimpsed the vastness of time, the slow, majestic unfolding of the earth's history, a journey spanning eons. He witnessed the birth and death of stars, the formation and destruction of mountains, the rise and fall of civilizations, and through it all, the core message remained: the unwavering power of life to endure, to adapt, to overcome, to perpetually renew itself. He saw the fragile beauty of existence, the constant interplay between creation and destruction, and the enduring hope that emerges from even the darkest moments. Finally, the vision began to fade. The vibrant colors softened, the sounds dimmed, and the feeling of immersion began to recede. He felt himself drawn back to the windswept hill, the cold air returning, the reality of his physical surroundings slowly reasserting itself. The world solidified around him as the vision retreated, leaving behind an afterglow, a lingering warmth, a profound understanding. As he opened his eyes, he looked down at the melted tear, now reflecting the sky's deepening twilight. It was not merely water, it was a portal, a lens through which he had glimpsed the deepest secrets of nature's cycle. The experience had changed him irrevocably, enriching his understanding of the world and his place within it. He carried with him the memory of the valley, the knowledge of the season's eternal dance, the profound connection to the earth's rhythms. The winter's grip still held, but his heart was warm with the promise of spring. The cycle would turn, spring would come, images of renewal. The emerald patch pulsed with a soft, internal light, drawing Eóin deeper into its mesmerizing depths. The world around him dissolved, not with a jarring snap, but a gentle fading, like a watercolor painting dissolving into the mist. The biting wind became a whisper, the cold a distant memory. He was no longer on the windswept hill, but adrift in a sea of shimmering colors, a kaleidoscope of sensation that transcended the limitations of his physical senses. Then, clarity emerged from the swirling chaos. He stood in a valley, bathed in the golden light of dawn. It wasn't just the visual splendor that struck him. It was the sheer vitality of the place. The air thrummed with life, a symphony of sounds that filled him with a sense of wonder. Bird song, rich and varied, poured from the trees, melodies of blackbirds, the chirping of robins, the soaring notes of larks, each voice weaving into a vibrant tapestry of sound. The leaves rustled in a gentle breeze, their whispers a soothing counterpoint to the birdsong. A crystal clear river snaked through the valley floor, its waters reflecting the sunlight in 1,000 dancing sparkles. The valley floor was carpeted with wildflowers, a breathtaking riot of color. Each bloom seemed to possess an inner radiance, a pulsating energy that resonated with the life force of the valley itself. Crimson poppies nodded in the breeze, their fragile beauty a stark contrast to the robust yellow buttercups that spread like sunshine across the green. Delicate bluebells swayed gently, their tiny bells ringing softly in the breeze, while vibrant purple violets clustered in shaded nooks, their velvety petals a testament to nature's artistry. The air was thick with the intoxicating perfume of the blossoms, a fragrance that evoked memories of long-forgotten childhood summers, a scent as ancient and potent as the earth itself. Butterflies, their wings like stained glass windows, danced among the flowers, their graceful movements a testament to the delicate balance of life. Their wings shimmered with iridescent hues, blues, greens, oranges, and yellows, catching the sunlight and scattering it into 1,000 sparkling fragments. They fluttered from bloom to bloom, their delicate legs brushing against the soft petals. A silent ballet played out in the heart of the valley. Life pulsed in every corner of the valley. Deer grazed peacefully in the meadows, their coats the color of burnished copper, their movements fluid and graceful. A badger, its striped fur blending seamlessly with the undergrowth, emerged from beneath a tangled thicket of brambles, its snuffling a gentle reminder of the interconnectedness of all things. A family of rabbits, their eyes like polished obsidian, darted among the wildflowers, their playful energy a counterpoint to the serene atmosphere. Even the stones seemed alive, imbued with an ancient energy that resonated with the valley's heartbeat. The river, a ribbon of silver, winding through the heart of the valley, teemed with life. Salmon leaped upstream, their silvery bodies flashing in the sunlight, their determined struggle a testament to the indomitable spirit of nature. Their journey was a metaphor for life itself, a continuous striving, a constant push against the current, a relentless pursuit of purpose. The river whispered secrets, its murmuring a soothing lullaby that echoed the rhythm of the earth's pulse. But the vision wasn't confined to a single moment. It was a journey through time itself. As Eóin watched, the vibrant spring hues began to mellow. The days grew longer. The sun climbed higher in the sky. The green of spring deepened into the lush abundance of summer. The wildflowers continued their vibrant display, but new blooms emerged, adding to the already breathtaking tapestry of color. The air buzzed with the activity of insects, their industriousness a testament to the cycle of life. Summer's golden rain eventually gave way to the warm hues of autumn. The leaves transformed, their verdant greens turning to fiery oranges, russets, and golds, before finally surrendering to the wind, their dance a farewell to the season past. The air grew crisper, carrying the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. The animals prepared for the coming winter, their instinctual wisdom guiding them towards survival. Yet, even in this season of decline, there was a beauty, a poignant grace in the letting go. There was the promise of rest, the anticipation of renewal. Finally, the autumn splendor faded, yielding to the stark beauty of winter. The valley was cloaked in a blanket of snow. The landscape transformed into a silent, serene wonderland. The trees stood stark and bare against the pale sky, their branches intricate traceries against the white canvas. The river flowed on, its surface partially frozen, a testament to the enduring power of life. The animals had retreated to their winter dens, their presence felt only in the subtle signs of their passing. Yet, even in the midst of winter's icy embrace, Eóin felt the pulse of life, the promise of spring stirring beneath the snow, a potent energy that hummed beneath the surface. It was a quiet, slumbering energy, yet vibrant and enduring. The vision wasn't merely a visual spectacle. It was an experience, a profound immersion into the very essence of the Earth's cycles. He felt the rhythms of nature, the ebb and flow of life, death, and rebirth. He saw the cyclical nature of existence, not as a series of separate events, but as a continuous, beautiful dance of creation and decay, a harmonious symphony of change and transformation. The vision continued, expanding beyond the valley, encompassing vast landscapes. He saw towering mountains piercing the clouds, their rocky peaks reaching towards the heavens. He witnessed the ceaseless rhythm of the ocean, the waves crashing against the shore, a constant reminder of nature's power. He explored whispering forests, their ancient trees silent witnesses to the passage of time. He saw the stars blaze across the night sky, their ancient light a testament to the vastness of the universe and our place within it. Throughout it all, the unwavering power of life prevailed. He saw the fragile beauty of existence, the constant interplay of creation and destruction, the enduring hope that emerged even from the bleakest winter. He understood that death was not an ending, but a transition, a necessary stage in the eternal cycle of renewal. He saw the resilience of nature, its ability to adapt and overcome, to perpetually renew itself. Then, as gradually as it began, the vision faded, the colors softened, the sounds diminished, and the intense feeling of immersion began to recede. He felt himself being drawn back to the windswept hill, the cold air returning, the reality of his physical surroundings slowly reasserting itself. The world solidified around him as the vision retreated, leaving behind an afterglow, a lingering warmth, a profound understanding. As he opened his eyes, he gazed at the melted tear, now reflecting the deepening twilight. It wasn't merely water, it was a conduit, a portal through which he had glimpsed the heart of the earth's secrets. The experience had changed him, enriching his understanding of the world and his place within its vast, enduring cycle. He carried within him the memory of the valley, the knowledge of the season's eternal dance, and a profound connection to the earth's timeless rhythms. The winter's grip might still be strong, but in his heart the promise of spring burned brightly. The cycle would turn. Spring would surely come, the dance of life and death. The valley, once a vibrant tapestry of spring's awakening, now slumbered beneath a blanket of snow. Yet, even in this apparent stillness, Eóin saw a different kind of life unfolding. The snow itself, pristine and immaculate, wasn't simply inert. It held within its crystalline structure the promise of the future. Each delicate flake, a unique masterpiece of frozen water, was a testament to the transformative power of nature. He watched as a raven, black as midnight, landed on a snow-laden branch, its ebony feathers dusted with a fine layer of white. It cocked its head, surveying the scene with intelligent eyes, a symbol of enduring strength and resilience against the harsh elements. The raven's presence was not one of despair, but of quiet observation, a silent witness to the profound transformation occurring beneath the surface of the snow. The river, now partially frozen, continued its relentless journey. Beneath the ice, life persisted. Eóin, could almost feel the pulse of the water, its unseen currents carrying life towards the future. He envisioned the fish hibernating in pockets of unfrozen water, patiently awaiting the thaw. The river wasn't simply a body of water, it was a lifeblood, a conduit for the cycle of existence. The icy surface reflected the pale winter sky, transforming it into a shimmering mirror that seemed to hold the secrets of time itself. The image of the river, frozen yet flowing, became a potent symbol of the enduring spirit of life, a testament to nature's ability to persevere even in the face of seemingly insurmountable challenges. The vision shifted, focusing on the subtle changes occurring beneath the snow. He saw the earth teeming with unseen life, roots burrowing deep, patiently awaiting the warmth of the spring sun. Seeds, tiny capsules of potential, lay dormant, holding the blueprints for future growth. He saw the intricate network of mycelia, the fungal threads that connected the trees, a silent communication system that linked the entire ecosystem. Even in winter's grip, the earth wasn't dead, but preparing itself for renewal. It was a time of rest, of introspection, of gathering strength for the explosion of life that was to come. The subtle changes occurring beneath the surface, unseen yet undeniably powerful, resonated with the quiet strength of the winter itself. It wasn't a cessation of life, but a transformation, a preparation for the next stage of the dance. Death, in this vision, wasn't a brutal end, but an essential element in the grand cycle of life. Eóin witnessed the decay of autumn leaves, not as a tragedy, but as a vital process, returning nutrients to the soil, nourishing the earth for the coming spring. He saw the animals that had perished, their bodies becoming nourishment for the earth, feeding the roots of the trees, becoming part of the cycle. Once again, the death of one organism wasn't a cessation, but a transformation, a contribution to the whole. There was no waste, no true ending, only a continual metamorphosis from one form to another. The cycle of death and rebirth was not a grim duality, but an intricate dance, each step necessary to the next. The vision expanded beyond the valley, encompassing the vastness of the natural world. He saw migrating birds, flying south to warmer climates, carrying with them the seeds of life, spreading them across vast landscapes. He watched the oceans, their currents carrying life across continents, connecting diverse ecosystems. He saw the stars, their ancient light illuminating the night, a testament to the vastness of time and the cyclical nature of the universe. The patterns of life and death, creation and decay were evident everywhere. A grand symphony played out across the entire planet. Everything was interconnected. Every death was a rebirth, and every rebirth a contribution to the whole. The vision culminated in a breathtaking panorama of the interconnectedness of all living things. He saw the intricate web of relationships, the complex dependencies that formed the very fabric of life, the predators and prey, the parasites and hosts, the pollinators and plants, all played their vital roles in the grand cycle. Each organism, no matter how seemingly insignificant, had a purpose, a place within the vast, intricate network. The vision underscored the delicate balance of nature, the intricate interplay of life and death, highlighting the fact that neither could exist without the other. The absence of either would shatter the harmonious equilibrium of the natural world. Eóin felt a deep sense of awe and wonder as the vision drew to a close. The image of the interconnectedness of life, the continuous cycle of creation and decay, the relentless dance of life and death, resonated within him. He understood that death was not an enemy, but a partner, a necessary component of the ongoing symphony of life. It was the fertile ground from which new life would spring, a fundamental part of the eternal cycle of renewal. The beauty of life lay not only in its vibrant growth, but also in its peaceful surrender, its return to the earth, its contribution to the perpetuation of the cycle. As the vision faded, Eóin felt a profound shift within himself. He carried within him the memory of the valley, not as a mere landscape, but as a living metaphor of the world's endless cycle. He understood the delicate balance, the interconnectedness, the beauty of impermanence. He was no longer just an observer of nature. He was part of it, connected to its ancient rhythms, its enduring power. He felt a deep kinship with the earth, its creatures, and its cycles, understanding that he was as much a part of this continuous dance as the flowers in the valley, the birds in the sky, and the stars in the heavens. The wind whispered through the tall grasses, carrying the scent of the approaching spring. He looked down at the melted tear, now a tiny puddle, reflecting the twilight sky. It was no longer just a tear, it was a symbol, a testament to the enduring cycle of life and death. It was a reminder that even amidst The harshest winter, the promise of spring, the potential for rebirth remained vibrant and resilient, a beacon of hope against the encroaching darkness. The dance of life and death would continue, an eternal rhythm, a constant transformation, a never-ending cycle of renewal. And Eóin, changed by his vision, would forever be a part of it. He stood on the windswept hill, no longer just a boy, but a participant in the eternal dance, a witness to the enduring beauty of the world's timeless rhythms. The winter might hold sway for a time, but spring would surely come. Whispers of the Cailleach. The vision deepened, the vibrant tapestry of interconnected life subtly shifting. The colors, once sharp and distinct, began to soften, to blend, as if the very fabric of reality was dissolving into a shimmering mist. And then, from within this ethereal haze, a voice emerged. It wasn't a booming roar or a harsh command, but a whisper, a gentle murmur carried on the wind, as soft as the fall of snowflakes. It was the voice of the Cailleach. It was a voice ancient and wise, imbued with the wisdom of countless winters and the patient endurance of the earth itself. It resonated not just in Eóin's ears, but within the very core of his being, a deep, calming hum that vibrated through his bones. It was the sound of the wind sighing through the branches of ancient trees, the murmur of the river beneath the ice, the rustling of leaves under a blanket of snow, the voice of the land itself. There was no anger in it, no bitterness, only a profound understanding, a gentle acceptance of the cyclical nature of existence. The dance continues, child, the voice whispered, each word a snowflake falling softly onto his heart. Observe, and you shall understand. The vision shifted once more. He saw the seeds beneath the snow, not merely dormant, but pulsating with a faint inner light, a tiny spark of life defying the cold. The Cailleach's voice, barely audible above the whispering wind, explained, even in the deepest sleep, the heart of life beats on. The darkness is but a cloak, a temporary veil obscuring the brilliance of what is to come. Eóin saw the intricate network of the mycelia, the fungal threads weaving their way through the soil, connecting tree to tree, root to root. These weren't simply threads, but pathways of communication, a silent language understood by the earth itself. The Cailleach's voice guided him. These are the whispers of the earth, the secrets shared between the silent ones. They speak of community, of interdependence, of the strength found in unity. He witnessed the slow decay of a fallen log, its wood softening, its nutrients returning to the soil, nourishing new growth. The Cailleach's voice explained, "Death is not an end, but a transformation. It is the return, the giving back, the cyclical dance of life and death. Nothing is wasted. Everything is transformed. See how the decay feeds the life that will follow." The vision broadened, encompassing the vastness of the sky. Eóin saw the stars, their ancient light reaching across the immeasurable expanse of space and time, a testament to the eternal dance of creation and destruction. The Cailleach's voice, a gentle echo in the cosmic vastness, whispered, "These are the ancient ones, the witnesses to countless cycles. They watch over the dance, offering guidance and perspective. Time is a river, flowing endlessly. Do not fear its current. Learn to navigate its flow." He saw the migration of birds, their V-shaped formations cutting across the sky, each bird a tiny arrow pointing towards the future. The Cailleach's voice accompanied their flight. They are the harbingers of change, the messengers of the seasons. They carry the promise of renewal across the landscapes, spreading the seeds of life far and wide. The vision shifted again, focusing on the stark beauty of the winter landscape, the snow-covered hills, the frozen river, the bare branches of trees. They were not symbols of death, but of quiet resilience, of patient waiting, of the enduring power of nature. The Cailleach's voice, now a soft lullaby, whispered, "The winter is a time of rest, a period of reflection and preparation. The seeds of hope are buried deep, awaiting the warmth of the sun. Do not mistake stillness for death. Stillness is the prelude to renewal." The vision reached its climax with a breathtaking panorama of the interconnectedness of all things, the animals, the plants, the rivers, the mountains, the stars. All were part of a single, vast, and intricate tapestry. The Cailleach's voice, echoing the song of creation, whispered, "You are part of this tapestry, child. Your life is interwoven with the lives of all beings. Respect the dance, and you will find your place within it." The vision began to fade, the vibrant colors softening into a gentle light. The Cailleach's voice, now a faint echo, whispered one final message. The cycle continues. Winter will give way to spring. Death will give way to life. Embrace the change. Accept the flow. and understand that even within the heart of winter, spring resides, waiting to burst forth in all its glory. Eóin felt a deep sense of peace and understanding wash over him. He wasn't merely a witness to the vision, he was a participant, an integral part of the grand cosmic dance of creation and destruction, life and death, winter and spring. The Cailleach's gentle guidance had woven together the images, providing a context, a deeper understanding of the profound interconnectedness of all things, a reassurance of the cyclical nature of life and the enduring power of hope. The vision dissipated, leaving him standing on the windswept hill, the melted tear of the Cailleach still reflecting the pale winter sky. He no longer felt the chill of the wind, nor the weight of the snow. He felt the pulse of the earth beneath his feet, the flow of energy coursing through his veins, connecting him to the ancient wisdom of the land and to the eternal dance of life and death. The whispers of the Cailleach resonated within him, a gentle lullaby of acceptance, a quiet affirmation of the profound beauty of existence, a comforting promise of enduring renewal. He was no longer just a boy witnessing a vision. He was a participant in the eternal cycle, forever changed by the wisdom of the Ancient One, the memory of the Cailleach's voice, the wisdom of her words, the profound understanding of the cycle of life and death would forever remain with him, a guiding light through the ever-changing seasons of his life. He knew with absolute certainty that even amidst the coldest winter, the promise of spring would always endure. The dance continued, the enduring hope. The vision lingered, a shimmering after-image on the canvas of Eóin's mind. The Cailleach's voice, though faded, continued to resonate within him, a gentle hum that vibrated in harmony with the rhythm of his own heartbeat. He understood now, with a clarity that transcended words, the profound message embedded within the swirling tapestry of images. It wasn't simply a lesson in the cyclical nature of seasons, but a revelation of the enduring power of hope, a testament to life's tenacity in the face of adversity. The stark beauty of the winter landscape, once a symbol of bleakness, now held a new significance. The snow-laden branches, the frozen river, the dormant seeds beneath the frost. They were not emblems of death, but of a quiet resilience, a patient waiting. He saw them now as a testament to nature's profound wisdom, a period of rest and preparation before the explosive rebirth of spring. This wasn't merely an ending, it was a necessary pause, a gathering of strength before the next flourish of life. The melting tear, the single emerald sprout pushing through the crystalline surface, became a potent symbol. It wasn't just a patch of green in a white world. It was the embodiment of hope's indomitable spirit, a beacon of life piercing the darkness. It was a tangible manifestation of the enduring promise that even in the depths of winter, the possibility of spring, of renewal, of life's triumphant return remains. The image of the mycelial network, the unseen threads connecting the world below the surface, resonated deeply. These fungal pathways weren't merely conduits of nutrients, they were symbols of interconnectedness, a powerful representation of the strength derived from community and mutual support. Eóin realized that survival, both individually and collectively, depended on this intricate web of relationships, on the silent communication and collaboration between seemingly disparate elements. This was a lesson in interdependence, in understanding that each element played a vital role in the grand tapestry of life. The decaying log, once a picture of decline, transformed into a symbol of transformation. He saw it not as an end, but as a process of giving back, of returning to the earth to nourish new growth. This cycle of life and death, far from being a cause for despair, was a fundamental aspect of nature's continuous renewal. It was a powerful affirmation that nothing is wasted, that everything finds its purpose, its place within the grand scheme of existence. Even death served as a catalyst for new life, a testament to the cyclical nature of existence. The migrating birds, their V-shaped formations against the vast expanse of the sky, represented the unstoppable current of change. They were not just creatures traversing the landscape. They were harbingers of renewal, messengers carrying the promise of spring to distant lands. They embodied the persistent movement towards a new beginning, a constant striving towards the future. Their journey across the sky was a powerful visual metaphor for the enduring cycle of life, the perpetual motion from death to rebirth, from winter to spring, from darkness to light. Their flight was a reminder that even in the face of adversity, there is always a path forward, a journey towards renewal. The vision hadn't simply shown him the interconnectedness of nature, it had shown him his own connection to this vast, intricate web of life. He was not a separate entity. observing passively from a distance, but an active participant in the grand cosmic dance. He was interwoven with the lives of all beings, and his actions held significance within the broader context of the world. This understanding filled him with a profound sense of responsibility and awe, a recognition of his place in the larger scheme of things. The stars, distant suns blazing across the immeasurable distances of space and time, served as silent witnesses to countless cycles of creation and destruction, their ancient light reaching across eons testified to the endless flow of time, to the cyclical nature of existence. Their unwavering presence offered a sense of perspective, reminding him that the harsh realities of winter, the inevitability of death, were but fleeting moments within the greater scheme of the cosmos. Their constant vigil underscored the enduring nature of the universe and the continuous dance of creation and destruction. The vision's final image, the breathtaking panorama of interconnected life, was a breathtaking revelation. The mountains, the rivers, the animals, the plants, the very air he breathed, all were linked in a single magnificent tapestry. He saw the intricate patterns, the subtle rhythms, the seamless flow of energy and matter. He understood the delicate balance, the complex interactions, the interdependence of all things. This was not just a collection of disparate elements. It was a living, breathing organism, a single, vast entity of which he was an integral part. He understood now that the Cailleach's tear wasn't just a symbol of renewal, but a reflection of his own potential for rebirth, for growth, for transformation. The vision had not just revealed the secrets of nature's cyclical dance, it had revealed the resilience of the human spirit, the capacity for hope even in the darkest of times. It was a vision of endurance, of perseverance, of the unwavering power of life to triumph over adversity. The vision faded, leaving Eóin standing on the windswept hill. The memory of the Cailleach's wisdom imprinted on his soul. The chill of the wind no longer held its power. He felt the warmth of the earth beneath his feet, the pulsating rhythm of life resonating through his veins. The harshness of winter had not diminished, but his perception of it had. It was not an end, but a phase, a necessary pause before the inevitable resurgence of spring. The seeds of hope, he knew, were buried deep, awaiting the warmth of the sun, ready to burst forth in all their vibrant glory. He carried the weight of the vision not as a burden, but as a gift, a profound understanding of the cyclical nature of life, a comforting assurance of renewal, a deep-seated belief in the enduring power of hope, a promise whispered on the wind, a testament to life's persistent, powerful resilience. The dance continued, and he was a part of it. Return to reality. The wind shifted, carrying a whisper of snow against his cheek, a familiar touch that no longer chilled him to the bone. Eóin blinked, the vibrant tapestry of his vision slowly dissolving, leaving behind the stark reality of the windswept hill. The Cailleach was gone, her spectral form fading into the swirling mists, leaving only the silence of the winter landscape. Yet, the silence was different now, richer, deeper, imbued with an understanding that transcended the mere sensory experience. The world, once perceived as a cold, indifferent expanse, now resonated with a profound, almost palpable energy. He looked down at his hands, his fingers tracing the patterns of frost that clung to the rough wool of his mittens. The cold was still there, biting at his exposed skin, but it no longer felt like a threat. It was a part of the cycle, a necessary component of the grand, intricate dance of life and death, of winter and spring. The snow-laden branches of the ancient hawthorn, the frozen river snaking its way through the valley, the dormant earth. They were not simply elements of a bleak landscape. They were active participants in a timeless drama, each playing its essential role in the unfolding narrative of existence. The memory of the melting tear, the emerald sprout pushing through the crystalline surface, remained vivid in his mind. It was more than a mere image. It was a potent symbol, a tangible manifestation of hope's relentless persistence, a beacon of resilience shining through the darkness. He saw the tear now not only as a symbol of spring's inevitable return, but also as a metaphor for his own transformation, his own awakening to the interconnectedness of all things. The vision had not merely shown him the cycles of nature, it had revealed the depth of his own connection to those cycles. He was no longer merely a passive observer, but an integral part of the grand tapestry, his life inextricably woven into the fabric of the universe. He stood for a long time, letting the cold wind buffet his face, absorbing the stillness of the winter world. The sense of awe was overwhelming, a feeling of profound wonder at the complexity and beauty of the natural world. The world he had known before the vision seemed crude, simplistic, lacking the depth and richness he now perceived. Every blade of grass, every stone, every tree, even the cold, hard ground beneath his feet held a history, a story, a connection to the past, and a promise of the future. He felt a kinship with the land, a connection to the ancient rhythms that governed its life, its cycles of birth, death, and renewal. The sheep, usually a source of his daily routine, now seemed different. Their fleece thickened against the biting wind, their movements slow and deliberate, reflecting the rhythm of the winter season. He saw them not simply as livestock, but as fellow travelers on this earthly journey, each with its own story to tell, each contributing to the overall harmony of the ecosystem. He felt a sense of responsibility towards them, a deeper connection stemming from his newfound understanding of their place within the larger web of life. He was no longer simply their shepherd. He was their guardian, their protector, a silent witness to their struggles and their triumphs, the memory of the mycelial network, the unseen threads connecting all life beneath the surface, resonated within him. He pictured the intricate fungal pathways, the silent communication, the unseen collaborations between different life forms. It wasn't just a biological phenomenon. It was a metaphor for the interconnectedness of all beings, a testament to the strength derived from cooperation and mutual support. He understood now the importance of interdependence, of recognizing his own role within this intricate web, of appreciating the contributions of every element, however small it might seem. The setting sun cast long shadows across the snow-covered landscape, painting the sky in hues of orange, purple, and deep crimson. The sight, once merely a pretty backdrop, now held a deeper meaning, a symbolic representation of the transition from day to night, from light to darkness, from life to death, and the inevitable return to life once more. The day's end wasn't a finish. It was a pause, a transition point in the grand, eternal cycle. He realized that every ending contains the seeds of a new beginning. As the last rays of sunlight faded and the stars began to emerge in the darkening sky, Eóin felt a profound sense of peace descend upon him. The cold no longer bothered him. The wind no longer carried a threat. He was part of this world, not separate from it. He was embraced by the vastness of nature, surrounded by the comforting silence of the winter night. The stars themselves, distant suns across immeasurable distances, served as silent witnesses to the endless cycles of creation and destruction, offering a cosmic perspective, reminding him that the harsh realities of winter the inevitability of death were fleeting moments. In the grand scheme of existence, he felt the earth beneath his feet, a connection to the ancient, enduring power of the planet itself. He felt the pulse of life coursing through his veins, resonating with the rhythms of the earth, the heartbeat of the world. He was not merely a boy, a shepherd on a windswept hill. He was a witness to the universe, a participant in the grand cosmic dance, a keeper of ancient secrets, a bearer of the wisdom of ages past. The vision had shattered his perception of reality, revealing a deeper truth, a profound interconnectedness that transcended the limitations of his previous understanding. The world had been reborn, transformed, elevated to a level of significance he had never before imagined. The stark beauty of the winter landscape no longer felt bleak. It was a testament to nature's resilience, its unwavering ability to endure, to transform, to renew. He was no longer just Eóin, the shepherd boy. He was Eóin, the witness, the guardian, the keeper of the vision, forever changed by the Cailleach's tear, forever connected to the intricate web of life, forever bound to the cyclical dance of existence. The wind whispered secrets in his ear. The stars blazed a path across the night sky, and the earth beneath his feet pulsed with the silent, powerful energy of life, a life he was now inextricably a part of. He carried the vision within him, not as a burden, but as a gift, a profound understanding, a testament to the enduring power of hope, and a solemn promise to be a faithful steward of the earth and all its creatures. The dance continued, and he, a humble shepherd boy, danced along with it, a changed perspective. The wind, once a biting adversary, now sang a lullaby against his cheeks. The snow, no longer a symbol of barrenness, shimmered with a million tiny diamonds under the pale moonlight. Eóin walked slowly, his boots crunching softly on the pristine surface, each step a deliberate acknowledgement of the earth's cold embrace. The hawthorn trees, their branches laden with snow, resembled ancient, wise beings, their silence holding the accumulated wisdom of countless winters. He touched the rough bark of one, feeling the cold seep into his skin, a sensation that no longer caused a shiver of fear, but rather a deep, resonant connection. He understood now the beauty of stillness, the profound peace that resided in the heart of winter slumber. The frozen river, a ribbon of silver under the moon, mirrored the sky above, reflecting the celestial tapestry in its icy surface. He saw not just a frozen waterway, but a vital artery of the land, dormant, yet teeming with the promise of life's resurgence. The silence, once oppressive, now resonated with a symphony of subtle sounds, the whisper of the wind through the snow-laden branches, the crackling of ice under his feet, the faint rustling of unseen creatures beneath the snow's blanket. These were not mere noises, but the subtle voices of the earth, communicating the intricate workings of its hidden rhythms. The sheep, huddled together for warmth, their breath forming small clouds in the frigid air, were no longer just animals to be tended. They were sentient beings, sharing the same space, the same planet, the same destiny. He saw their resilience, their quiet fortitude in the face of winter's harsh realities, a reflection of nature's own enduring spirit. He felt a protective instinct surge within him, not merely the responsibility of a shepherd, but a kinship born of shared experience and a profound understanding of their place within the larger ecosystem. His thoughts drifted to the Cailleach, the ancient hag-like figure who had woven the winter mantle across the land. He saw her not as a figure of fear, but as a powerful, benevolent force, a weaver of cycles, a guardian of the seasons. Her tear, the melting crystal revealing the emerald sprout, was a testament to her power, her wisdom, her understanding of the eternal dance between life and death. The image was imprinted on his soul, a symbol of hope's persistent flame, burning brightly even in the deepest darkness. The vision had unveiled a profound truth: the interconnectedness of all things. He saw the threads of life woven throughout the landscape, binding the seemingly disparate elements into a unified whole. The sheep, the trees, the river, the wind, the earth, all were part of the same intricate tapestry, each contributing to the beauty and the resilience of the whole. He felt himself woven into this tapestry as well, not as a separate entity, but as an integral thread, his life inextricably bound to the rhythms of the earth. The stars, distant suns across the immeasurable void, appeared closer now, their light a comforting presence against the vastness of the night. He saw them not simply as celestial bodies, but as witnesses to the cosmic dance of creation and destruction, a never-ending cycle of birth, death, and renewal. The universe itself seemed to echo the rhythms he had witnessed, on the windswept hill, he felt a sense of belonging, a profound connection to something larger than himself, a humbling experience that instilled a sense of awe and reverence. The cold seeped into his bones, but it no longer held any power to chill him. He felt the earth's energy coursing through his veins, resonating with the heartbeat of the planet. He was one with the land, a part of its essence, connected to its ancient rhythms. The once feared winter's grip was now a comforting embrace, a gentle reminder of the enduring power of nature, its ability to endure, to transform, to renew. He found a beauty in the stark landscape, a captivating elegance in the seemingly desolate expanse. The memory of the mycelial network, the unseen threads connecting all life beneath the surface, returned to his mind. The image of the intricate fungal pathways, the silent communication, the unseen collaborations between life forms resonated profoundly. It wasn't just a biological phenomenon. It was a metaphor for the interconnectedness of all existence, a silent, powerful message of harmony and cooperation. He understood that strength lay not in isolation, but in unity, in interdependence, in the mutual support and collaboration between all living things. He looked up at the moon, its silvery light illuminating the snow-covered landscape. It was more than just a celestial body. It was a symbol of cycles, of the constant flux of existence. He saw the waxing and waning of the moon as a reflection of the cycles of life and death, of growth and decay, of winter and spring. It was a reminder that every ending held the potential for a new beginning, that even in the depths of winter, the seeds of spring were quietly taking root. The wind whispered secrets in his ear, carrying the ancient wisdom of the land. The stars blazed across the night sky, their light a beacon of hope in the vast darkness. The earth beneath his feet pulsed with the quiet rhythm of life, a comforting reminder of his connection to the universe. He was no longer just a shepherd boy, but a guardian, a keeper of ancient secrets, a witness to the profound interconnectedness of all things. He understood now that winter was not an enemy, but a necessary part of the grand, eternal cycle. It was a period of rest, of reflection, a time for the land to prepare for the rebirth of spring. The harsh realities of winter, the inevitability of death, were only fleeting moments in the infinite expanse of time. He embraced the cycle, accepting the inevitable rhythms of life and death as integral parts of a grander, more meaningful existence. The harshness had been replaced with a profound appreciation for the intricate beauty and resilience of the natural world. He was changed, irrevocably altered by his vision, his perspective on life, death, and the cycles of nature had undergone a complete transformation. The world was no longer a collection of disparate elements, but an intricate, interconnected web of life where every element played its vital role. He felt a deep responsibility, a solemn promise to be a faithful steward of the earth and all its creatures, a silent guardian of the natural world's rhythms. He continued his walk, the cold wind now a comforting companion, the snow a soft blanket under his feet. The stars served as silent witnesses to his transformation, their light a symbol of hope and renewal. He felt a profound sense of peace and belonging, a connection to something far greater than himself. He was part of the universe, a humble participant in the grand cosmic dance, forever changed by the Cailleach's tear, forever bound to the cyclical dance of existence, and forever grateful for the profound awakening he had experienced. The dance continued, and he, a humble shepherd boy, danced along with it, forever changed. The emerald's legacy. The wind sighed, a mournful whisper through the skeletal branches of the hawthorns, each gust a gentle caress against the accumulating snow. Eóin, his breath misting in the frigid air, knelt beside the spot where the emerald grass had briefly appeared, a vibrant flash of life against the stark white canvas of winter. The snow had already begun to reclaim the ground, obscuring the miracle, yet the memory remained vivid and potent. It wasn't just a patch of grass, it was a living testament, a miniature embodiment of the Cailleach's tear, a symbol of resilience etched into the very fabric of his being. He ran his gloved hand over the snow, feeling the cold seep into his bones, a familiar, comforting chill. He wasn't afraid anymore. The cold was no longer an enemy, but a necessary component of the grand, cyclical dance of existence he had witnessed. He felt a profound connection to this land, this harsh yet beautiful landscape, a connection that transcended mere physical presence. It was a kinship, a shared existence, woven into the very heart of the earth itself. The memory of the vision flooded back, the swirling vortex of colors, the whispers of the wind carrying ancient secrets. the feeling of being both utterly insignificant and profoundly connected to something far grander than himself. He remembered the Cailleach, her face etched with the wisdom of centuries, her tear a single droplet of pure, unadulterated hope against the backdrop of a world cloaked in winter's icy embrace. He saw her now not as a frightening figure of myth, but as a benevolent weaver, a guardian of the cycles, a protector of life's enduring spirit. The emerald grass, buried beneath the snow, pulsed in his mind's eye, a beacon of hope amidst the winter's desolation. It was a reminder that even in the depths of darkness, the promise of spring lingered, a silent promise whispered on the wind, a hidden truth encoded in the frozen ground. The vision had shown him the inherent interconnectedness of all things, a complex, intricate web of life where every element played a vital role, where death and rebirth were not opposing forces, but complementary aspects of the same grand cycle. He thought of the sheep, their woolly coats offering protection against the biting wind, their gentle breathing creating small clouds in the frigid air. He no longer saw them simply as animals, but as fellow inhabitants of this land, partners in the grand scheme of existence. Their resilience, their quiet strength in the face of adversity, mirrored the tenacity of the emerald grass, the quiet persistence of life itself. They too were part of the tapestry, their lives interwoven with his, their destiny inextricably bound to the land. The trees, their branches heavy with snow, stood as silent sentinels, their ancient wisdom whispering on the wind. He felt a deep sense of kinship with these ancient beings, their strength and endurance, a testament to the enduring power of nature. He understood now the profound peace that resided in the heart of winter's slumber, the stillness that held the promise of renewal, the quiet expectancy of spring's awakening. The snow itself, once a symbol of barrenness, now shimmered with an ethereal beauty, each snowflake a tiny jewel reflecting the faint light of the moon. The river, frozen solid under the moon's pale light, mirrored the celestial tapestry above. It wasn't just a frozen waterway, it was a life force, dormant yet teeming with the potential for life's resurgence. He imagined the water flowing beneath the ice, a hidden current, a silent river of life, waiting for the sun's kiss to melt the icy chains and unleash its vibrant energy. The frozen surface was a temporary state, a necessary phase in the ongoing cycle of life and death, a testament to the constant flux of nature, the mycelial network, the invisible threads connecting all life beneath the surface, came to mind again. The image of the fungal pathways, the silent communication between organisms, resonated profoundly. It was a powerful symbol of the unseen connections that bound all living things together, a silent testament to the interconnectedness of existence. He saw himself as part of this vast network, his life woven into the fabric of the earth, his existence inextricably linked to the rhythms of nature. He looked up at the moon, its silvery light illuminating the snow-covered landscape. It was a symbol of cycles, of the constant flux of existence, a reminder that even in the darkest night, the promise of dawn lingers. He saw the waxing and waning of the moon as a reflection of the cyclical patterns of life and death, of growth and decay, of winter and spring. It was a constant reminder that every ending held the potential for a new beginning, that even in the depths of winter, the seeds of spring were quietly taking root, waiting for their moment to burst forth in a vibrant explosion of life. The stars, distant suns across the immeasurable void, appeared closer now, their light a comforting presence against the vastness of the night. He saw them not simply as celestial bodies, but as silent witnesses to the cosmic dance of creation and destruction, a never-ending cycle of birth, death, and renewal. The universe itself seemed to echo the rhythms he had witnessed on the windswept hill, the constant ebb and flow of existence, the intricate interplay of life and death. He felt a profound sense of belonging, a deep connection to something larger than himself, a humbling experience that instilled a sense of awe and reverence. The cold seeped into his bones, but it no longer held any power to chill him. He felt the earth's energy coursing through his veins, resonating with the heartbeat of the planet. He was one with the land, a part of its essence, connected to its ancient rhythms. The winter's grip, once feared, was now a comforting embrace, a gentle reminder of nature's enduring power. He understood now that winter was not an enemy, but a necessary part of the grand, eternal cycle. It was a period of rest, of reflection, a time for the land to prepare for the rebirth of spring. The harsh realities of winter, the inevitability of death, were only fleeting moments in the infinite expanse of time. He embraced the cycle, accepting the inevitable rhythms of life and death as integral parts of a grander, more meaningful existence. The harshness had been replaced with a profound appreciation for the intricate beauty and resilience of the natural world. He rose to his feet, the snow clinging to his trousers. The emerald patch remained buried beneath the snow, a hidden treasure, a silent promise. He was changed, irrevocably altered by his vision. His perspective on life, death, and the cycles of nature had undergone a complete transformation. The world was no longer a collection of disparate elements, but an intricate, interconnected web of life, where every element played its vital role. He felt a deep responsibility, a solemn promise to be a faithful steward of the earth and all its creatures, a silent guardian of the natural world's rhythms. He continued his walk, the wind a comforting companion, the snow a soft blanket beneath his feet, the stars silent witnesses to his transformation. He was part of the universe, a humble participant in the grand cosmic dance, forever changed by the Cailleach's tear, forever bound to the cyclical dance of existence. The dance continued, and he, a humble shepherd boy, danced along with it, forever grateful for the profound awakening he had experienced. The emerald's legacy pulsed within him, a vibrant green heart beating in time with the earth. Connection to nature. The wind, no longer a mournful sigh, but a companionable whisper, carried the scent of pine and thawing earth, the memory of the Cailleach's tear, that incandescent emerald flash against the stark winter, resonated deep within him. It wasn't merely a visual memory, it was a visceral experience, a recalibration of his very being. He felt the earth's pulse beneath his feet, a low thrumming that vibrated through his bones, a connection he'd never before consciously recognized. The cold no longer bit, it embraced, a comforting pressure against his skin, a reminder of the earth's constant, unwavering presence. He walked through the snow-dusted woods, each step a silent communion with the ancient trees. He saw their gnarled branches, heavy with snow, not as impediments, but as arms outstretched in welcome. He recognized the wisdom etched into their bark, the silent stories whispered on the wind through their leaves. These weren't just trees. They were elders, guardians of the forest, ancient witnesses to the endless cycle of life and death. He felt a kinship with their stoic endurance, their silent strength mirroring his own newfound understanding. The snow, no longer a symbol of death and barrenness, transformed into a delicate, crystalline tapestry under the pale moonlight, each flake a unique masterpiece of nature's artistry, shimmered with an inner light. He knelt, examining a single snowflake, its intricate design a microcosm of the universe's grandeur. It was a fleeting beauty, destined to melt and return to its source. Yet its existence held profound significance. It was a testament to the beauty inherent in impermanence, a reminder of the ever-changing nature of existence. The river, still frozen, held a different meaning now. It was not just a frozen waterway, but a vein of life pulsing beneath the ice, a hidden current carrying the promise of spring's thaw. He imagined the water's journey, its relentless flow, its unwavering determination to reach its destination, a mirror to his own journey of self-discovery. He saw the ice not as a constraint, but as a protective layer, sheltering the life within until the opportune moment of awakening. He found solace in the silence of the woods, a silence pregnant with life, with the rustling of unseen creatures, the whispering of the wind, the subtle creaks and groans of the trees settling into their winter slumber. This wasn't the silence of emptiness, but the silence of anticipation, the hushed expectancy of a world preparing for rebirth. The air hummed with a vibrant energy, invisible yet palpable, a testament to the life teeming just beneath the surface of the snow. The animals of the forest, once objects of observation, now seemed like kindred spirits. He saw the rabbits darting through the undergrowth, the foxes padding silently through the snow, the birds huddled together for warmth, all navigating the winter's challenges with an inherent resilience. Their survival was a testament to the enduring power of life, a quiet defiance against the harsh realities of the season. He recognized the interconnectedness of their lives, their dependence on the land, their integral role within the grand cycle. He sat upon a moss-covered rock, its surface softened by the accumulating snow. The wind, a gentle caress, rustled through the branches above, whispering secrets only the trees could understand. He felt a deep sense of peace, a tranquility born of understanding, a serenity that transcended the physical world. He was no longer just an observer, but a participant, a vital part of this intricate web of life. His connection to the land was no longer a superficial observation. It had become A profound, visceral experience. He felt the earth's energy thrumming within him, a resonance with the planet's ancient heartbeat. The very air he breathed, the ground beneath his feet, the trees that towered above him, all were extensions of himself, expressions of his own being. He was no longer separate from nature. He was a part of it, an integral component of its grand design. The sheep, once mere charges, were now companions, partners in this grand existence. He observed them, their woolly coats providing warmth against the biting wind, their quiet contentment a balm to his soul, their gentle breathing, their rhythmic chewing, their unwavering presence, all spoke of a profound connection to the land, a silent communion with the earth's rhythms. He recognized the cyclical nature of existence, not as a series of isolated events, but as a continuous flow, an unbroken current, birth, death, decay, renewal. These were not opposing forces, but complementary aspects of a single, unified process. The death of the year, the slumber of winter, was merely a prelude to the vibrant awakening of spring. It was a time of rest, of preparation, a period of quiet contemplation before the explosion of life that would follow. The vision of the Cailleach remained vivid in his mind, not as a terrifying figure, but as a wise and benevolent weaver, a guardian of the cycles, a protector of the life-giving earth. Her tear, that single droplet of emerald hope, symbolized the enduring power of life, the persistent flame that burns even in the darkest night. He understood now the significance of the emerald grass, its brief appearance a potent reminder of spring's enduring promise. The mycelial network, that unseen tapestry connecting all living things, became a powerful symbol of the interconnectedness of existence. He saw himself as a node within this vast network, his life inextricably linked to the lives of the trees, the animals, the earth itself. Every breath he took, every step he made, was a testament to this profound connection, a silent acknowledgement of his integral role within the grand scheme of things. He walked on, the snow crunching softly beneath his feet, the wind whispering secrets in his ear, the moon, a silent sentinel in the heavens, bathed the landscape in its ethereal glow. He felt a profound sense of gratitude, a deep reverence for the natural world and his place within it. He was not simply a shepherd boy, but a steward of the earth, a protector of its ancient rhythms, a humble participant in the eternal dance of life and death. And as he walked, the emerald green heart within him pulsed in time with the earth's own steady beat. The winter's hold was no longer a threat, but a comforting embrace, a prelude to the joyous awakening of the spring. He was home. The shepherd's wisdom. The dawn painted the eastern sky in hues of rose and apricot, a gentle awakening after the deep slumber of winter. Eóin, wrapped in his thick wool cloak, led his flock across the frosted fields. The sheep, their woolly coats gleaming like freshly fallen snow, moved with a quiet grace, their hooves barely disturbing the delicate, crystalline surface. He no longer saw them merely as livestock, but as fellow inhabitants of this land, each with its own unique character, its own silent story to tell. Their bleating was not a clamor, but a gentle murmur, a harmonious chorus, blending with the whisper of the wind through the skeletal branches of the trees. He observed them with a new perspective, his gaze sharpened by the vision he'd experienced. He saw the subtle shifts in their behavior, the nuances in their movements, the unspoken communication between them. He recognized the ancient wisdom embedded within their very being, their inherent connection to the earth's rhythms, their intuitive understanding of the cycles of life and death. Their placid contentment reflected the peace he carried within himself, a peace born of understanding, a serenity that transcended the physical world. His hands, once calloused and rough from the harshness of his work, now moved with a gentle tenderness. He touched the fleece of each sheep, feeling the softness of the wool, the strength of their bodies. He felt a kinship with these creatures, a shared experience of enduring the winter's chill, a mutual anticipation of spring's return. His role as a shepherd had transformed. It was no longer merely a profession, but a sacred trust, a responsibility imbued with profound meaning. He was a guardian, a protector, a silent witness to the unfolding drama of life on the land. The land itself had changed for him. The stark beauty of the winter landscape, once a source of cold apprehension, now held a different meaning. He saw the skeletal trees not as symbols of death, but as enduring structures, their resilience a testament to the power of life to persist through adversity. The frozen river, a vein of life pulsing beneath its icy shell, represented the relentless flow of time, the unwavering movement toward spring's awakening. Even the wind, which had once felt like a relentless adversary, now seemed a gentle companion, a messenger carrying the promise of warmer days. He found beauty in the starkness of the landscape, in the crystalline patterns of the frost, in the delicate tracery of the snow on the branches. He saw the intricate details, the subtle variations, the unique artistry of nature's work, each snowflake a masterpiece of fleeting beauty, was a microcosm of the universe's grandeur, a testament to the beauty inherent in impermanence. His appreciation for the land had deepened, his understanding of its cycles broadened, his connection to it strengthened. The work of the shepherd, once a monotonous routine, became a meditation, a communion with the natural world. Each task, tending to the sheep, mending fences, clearing pathways, was performed with a mindful awareness, a deep respect for the land and its creatures. He moved through his days with a new purpose, a renewed sense of connection to his work and the earth. The weight of his vision, the understanding of the cyclical nature of existence, the profound interconnectedness of all living things remained a constant companion. It was not a burden, but a source of strength, a guiding force in his life. He carried it within him, not as an intellectual concept, but as a visceral truth, a deep knowing that resonated in every fiber of his being. He observed the subtle changes in the land as the days grew longer, the gradual softening of the earth beneath the snow, the first tentative signs of spring's awakening. He saw the hints of green pushing through the thawing ground, the returning bird song echoing through the woods, the first timid blossoms appearing on the trees. He anticipated these changes, not with anxious expectation, but with a quiet understanding, a deep appreciation for the natural rhythms of life. The sheep, too, responded to the shift in the season. Their coats, once thick and protective, began to shed their winter wool, their movements becoming more energetic, their bleating more cheerful. He observed their growing vitality, their increased foraging activity, their joyous participation in the renewal of the land. He shared in their anticipation, feeling the exhilaration of the awakening world coursing through his own veins. One evening, as he sat on a moss-covered rock, watching the sunset paint the sky in fiery colors, he reflected on his journey. He realized that the vision he had experienced was not just a glimpse into the cyclical nature of existence. It was a transformation, a profound shift in his own perspective, his own understanding of his place within the grand scheme of things. He was no longer just a shepherd boy, but a keeper of the land, a steward of its ancient rhythms, a protector of its delicate balance. His connection to the land was not merely an intellectual understanding, it was a deep, visceral experience. He felt the earth's pulse in his own heart, the flow of its energy running through his veins. He breathed the air, drank the water, walked the earth, and felt the ancient heartbeat of the planet resonate within him. He was not separate from nature. He was part of it, an integral component of its vast and intricate design. The animals of the forest, once just objects of observation, were now familiar companions, partners in this shared existence. He watched the rabbits darting through the undergrowth, their movements graceful and swift, their resilience a testament to the power of life. The foxes, with their silent grace, moved through the snow, their hunting a vital part of the ecosystem. He saw the interconnectedness of their lives, their dependence on the land, their essential role in the grand cycle. He understood their place and his own. The sheep, his flock, were no longer just animals to be tended to, but companions in this journey. He watched them graze peacefully in the fields, their quiet contentment a testament to the harmony of the natural world. Their very presence was a comfort, their gentle breathing a soothing balm to his soul. They were a reflection of his own newfound peace, a silent acknowledgement of the interconnectedness of all living things. He understood the intricate web of life, the mycelial network that connected all living things, visible and invisible, below and above ground. He recognized his own place within that network, his own interconnectedness with every living being, every element of the earth. His life, his work, his very being were inextricably linked to the well-being of the land, a truth that filled him with both humility and responsibility. The vision of the Cailleach, the old woman of winter, remained vivid in his mind, no longer a symbol of fear, but a representation of the inevitable cycles of life and death, the constant ebb and flow of existence. Her tear, the emerald droplet of hope, became a beacon, a reminder of the enduring power of life, the persistent flame that burns even in the darkest night. It was a reminder that even in the deepest winter, the promise of spring persists. As the days turned into weeks and the weeks into months, Eóin continued his work, his role as shepherd transformed by the weight of his vision. his understanding of the interconnectedness of all things, the land, the sheep, and his own self were entwined in a dance of renewal, a constant cycle of life and death, of dormancy and rebirth, a testament to the power and beauty of the natural world. The memory of the Cailleach's tear, the emerald spark of hope, was always present, a constant reminder of the inherent resilience of life, always striving toward the warmth of the sun. He was not just a shepherd, he was a guardian, a witness, a participant in the grand tapestry of existence, forever changed by the wisdom of the land and the weight of his vision. Signs of spring, the lengthening days, though still carrying the chill of winter's breath, held a subtle shift, a shift so delicate it was almost imperceptible, a whisper in the wind, a faint blush on the cheek of the setting sun. Yet, to Eóin, attuned to the rhythms of the land as he now was, the change was palpable, a resonating chord within the symphony of the seasons. The snow, once a thick, unbroken blanket, began to recede, revealing patches of earth, dark and hungry, yearning for the sun's embrace. Here and there, stubborn patch of snow clung to the north-facing slopes, a lingering vestige of winter's grip. But even these icy remnants seemed less certain, less tenacious, their edges softening under the subtle influence of the sun's increasing power. The melting snow released a steady trickle of water, feeding the slumbering streams, swelling their icy veins. The sound of running water, once a muted gurgle beneath the frozen surface, grew louder, more insistent, a persistent melody weaving its way through the hushed stillness of the winter woods. The rivers, once encased in their rigid shells of ice, began to stir, their surfaces breaking into cracks and fissures as the lifeblood within pushed relentlessly against its icy confines. The air itself seemed lighter, cleaner, carrying the faintest scent of damp earth and thawing soil, a promise whispered on the wind. Beneath the receding snow, the earth awakened. It was a slow, hesitant awakening, a shy emergence from its long winter sleep. At first, only the faintest hints of green were visible, shy blades of grass pushing their way through the thawing ground, tentative explorers venturing into the light. These were not the vibrant emeralds of summer, but rather a muted, almost ethereal green, the color of nascent hope, the tender hue of new beginnings. They appeared in sheltered spots, protected from the lingering bite of the frost, in the lee of rocks, and under the protective canopy of evergreen trees. They were small, fragile things, easily overlooked by the casual observer, yet to Eóin's sharpened senses, they were beacons of renewal, potent symbols of life's indomitable spirit. The trees, too, showed signs of awakening. The skeletal branches, once stark and bare against the winter sky, began to swell with a renewed vitality. Tiny buds, like tightly furled fists, appeared at the tips of the branches, promising the unfolding of leaves, the lush canopy of summer. These buds were not yet bursting forth in their vibrant glory, but their presence alone was a testament to the resilience of nature, a tangible promise of the verdant tapestry that would soon adorn the landscape. The bark of the trees, once rough and dry, seemed to soften, subtly imbibing the moisture of the thawing earth. Their silent presence, unwavering throughout the harsh winter, now held a quiet energy, a subtle thrumming of life. The air, once crisp and biting, began to soften, losing its icy edge, while the nights still held a lingering chill. The days grew warmer, the sun's embrace more generous. The lengthening hours of sunlight brought a palpable sense of vitality, energizing the land and its inhabitants. The sheep, responding to the subtle shift in the environment, became more active, their movements more energetic. Their woolly coats, once thick and heavy, began to shed, the discarded fleece accumulating in soft, fluffy drifts around the pasture. Their bleating, once subdued, took on a more cheerful, almost joyous tone, reflecting the buoyancy of the season. Eóin observed these subtle shifts with a keen eye, understanding their significance, appreciating the intricate dance between the land and its inhabitants. Birds, silent messengers of spring, returned from their southern migrations. Their songs, at first hesitant and tentative, gradually filled the air, their melodies intertwining with the murmur of the streams and the rustle of the wind through the awakening trees. They were not the boisterous choruses of summer, but rather delicate, almost whispered melodies, the faint echoes of a forgotten spring, a promise softly sung upon the wind. Their arrival, like the first blades of green, was a silent celebration, a joyous announcement that winter's dominion was waning, that the cycle of renewal was underway. Eóin welcomed their return, recognizing their significance in the grand tapestry of life, their role in the pollination of the land, their part in the delicate balance of the ecosystem. Even the smallest creatures of the woodland responded to the shifting season. The shy rabbits, their coats changing from winter white to a more muted brown, ventured further from their burrows, their movements more confident, more carefree. The foxes, their fur now less thick, became more active, their hunting patterns shifting with the abundance of life that the season was beginning to unveil. Even the insects, dormant throughout the winter months, began to stir, their presence marked by the faint buzzing of a bee, the sudden flutter of a butterfly. These small wonders, hinting at the burgeoning life that lay ahead, the subtle signs of spring's return, were not merely visual. They were a symphony of sensory experiences. The scent of thawing earth, the sound of running water, the warmth of the sun on his skin, the cheerful bleating of the sheep, the songs of the birds, the rustle of awakening leaves. It was all a testament to the season's awakening, a manifestation of life's relentless pursuit of renewal. Eóin found himself swept up in this wave of energy, his spirit rising with the lengthening days, his heart rejoicing in the cyclical rebirth of the land, the emerald tear of the Cailleach, the vision that had transformed his perception of the world, remained vivid in his memory. It was not just a memory, but a living truth, a persistent reminder of the enduring power of hope, the resilience of life in the face of adversity. He understood now with a clarity that went beyond intellectual comprehension, the profound interconnectedness of all things, the delicate balance of the ecosystem, his own intimate role within the grand tapestry of existence. He was no longer merely a shepherd. He was a guardian, a protector, a witness to the unfolding drama of life, a participant in the cycle of renewal. His work was not simply a profession, but a sacred trust, a responsibility imbued with profound meaning. He understood his place within the intricate web of life, his connection to the land, his responsibility to ensure the continuation of its ancient rhythms. As the signs of spring became more pronounced, Eóin's heart swelled with a sense of profound joy. The cold grip of winter, once a source of fear and apprehension, was now merely a distant memory, a necessary prelude to the vibrant tapestry of life that was now beginning to unfurl. The land was awakening, and with it, his own spirit, his soul, revitalized by the promise of renewal, the enduring power of life, the certainty of spring's return. He was part of this renewal, inextricably bound to the rhythm of the seasons. His life, a testament to the enduring power of nature's magic. The Cailleach's tear, that single emerald droplet, remained a constant source of inspiration, a beacon of hope, illuminating the path ahead. Melting snow and ice, the thaw began subtly, almost imperceptibly. One day, the sun, though still low in the sky, possessed a newfound warmth, a gentle caress that nudged the frozen landscape towards awakening. The snow, initially a steadfast, unwavering blanket, began to yield to this subtle pressure. First, it softened at the edges, becoming less brittle, less certain in its hold on the land. Then it began to retreat, pulling back from the sun-drenched slopes like a tide receding from the shore. The process was slow, deliberate, yet undeniably relentless. Each day brought a further retreat, a perceptible diminution of winter's icy grip. The melting snow revealed the earth beneath, a landscape that had been hidden for months, slumbering beneath a frigid shroud. It was not the vibrant earth of summer, not yet. Rather, it was a muted, earthy brown, a canvas waiting to be painted with the hues of spring. The land breathed a sigh of relief, exhaling the chill of winter as it inhaled the promise of warmth and life. The air, once crisp and biting, now held a damp, earthy scent, the smell of thawing soil and the awakening of life below. This scent, faint at first, grew stronger with each passing day, a potent reminder of the transformation taking place on the hillsides. The snow melted in rivulets, tracing ephemeral paths down the slopes, carving intricate channels into the thawing earth. These tiny streams, initially hesitant, gained strength and volume as more snow succumbed to the sun's warmth. They converged into larger channels, their murmuring whispers becoming a chorus of liquid music echoing through the valleys. The water, at first a near freezing trickle, gradually warmed, reflecting the sun's growing intensity. It carried with it the debris of winter, fallen leaves, twigs, and the remnants of the snow itself, all contributing to a complex, ever-changing mosaic of movement and transformation. The streams swelled, their currents strengthening, their icy shackles finally breaking. The sound of running water, once a muted gurgling beneath the frozen surface, became a resounding symphony, a testament to the season's shift. The rivers, too, awoke from their frozen slumber, cracks and fissures, appeared on their icy surfaces, spiderweb patterns spreading across their seemingly solid shells. As the water beneath pushed relentlessly against its icy confines, the frozen rivers groaned, a deep, rumbling sound, as if the earth itself were stirring from a long and frigid sleep. Soon the ice shattered, giving way to the powerful flow of the river's lifeblood, rushing onward, carrying the melted snow towards the sea. The melting snow was not merely a physical phenomenon. It was a powerful symbol of the passing of time, the relentless march of the seasons. It was a reminder of the cyclical nature of life, death, and rebirth. Winter, with its icy grip and stark beauty, had held sway for months, a time of dormancy and reflection. But now its reign was ending, its power waning as the snow melted, its essence returning to its source, feeding the earth and nourishing new growth. The flowing water became an emblem of this transition, representing the energy of renewal, the unstoppable force of change. It was a metaphor for the lifeblood of the earth itself, carrying nourishment to the thirsty land, awakening the dormant seeds beneath the surface. As the water flowed, it carried with it the potent symbolism of transformation, the journey from solid to liquid, from stillness to movement, from dormancy to awakening. It was a journey mirrored in the cyclical dance of the seasons, the relentless passage of time, the continuous ebb and flow of life. The melting snow and flowing water, however, were not the only signs of spring's imminent arrival. Beneath the receding snow, the earth itself began to stir. At first, only the faintest hints of green emerged, shy blades of grass pushing their way through the thawing soil. These tentative shoots, pale and slender, were not the vibrant greens of summer, but rather a muted, almost ethereal green, the color of nascent hope, the tender hue of new beginnings. They appeared in sheltered spots, protected from the lingering bite of the frost, in the lee of rocks, beneath the sheltering branches of evergreen trees, or in the sun-drenched patches of exposed earth. These tiny blades of grass were pioneers, explorers, venturing into the light, reaching for the sun's warmth. They were small, fragile things, easily overlooked by the casual observer, yet each one represented a potent symbol of life's indomitable spirit, the enduring power of nature to overcome adversity. They were a testament to the resilience of life, the persistent drive to flourish, even in the face of seemingly insurmountable challenges. As the days grew longer and the sun's power increased, the green shoots proliferated. More blades of grass emerged, bolder and more confident, their color deepening as they basked in the sun's warmth. Flowers, too, began to appear, tiny buds pushing their way through the soil, their colorful petals tightly furled, awaiting the sun's command to unfurl their vibrant beauty. The earth itself seemed to exhale, releasing the pent-up energy of winter, transforming from a dormant canvas into a vibrant tapestry of life. The trees, silent witnesses to the seasonal transformation, responded in their own way. Their skeletal branches, once stark and bare against the winter sky, began to swell with a renewed vitality. Tiny buds, like tightly furled fists, appeared at the tips of the branches, promising the unfolding of leaves. The lush canopy of summer, the bark of the trees, once rough and dry, softened, subtly imbibing the moisture of the thawing earth. Their silent presence, unwavering throughout the harsh winter, now pulsed with a quiet energy, a subtle thrumming of life. The animals, too, responded to the season's shift. The sheep, their woolly coats beginning to shed, became more active, their bleating taking on a more cheerful, almost joyous tone. The birds returned from their southern migrations, their songs intertwining with the murmur of the streams and the rustle of the wind through the awakening trees. Even the smallest creatures of the woodland responded, their movements becoming more confident, their presence a testament to the burgeoning life that the season was beginning to unveil. The melting snow and flowing water, the awakening earth, the burgeoning life of plants and animals, all were interwoven, a complex symphony of renewal. Eóin, observant as ever, watched this transformation unfold, his heart swelling with a profound sense of joy and wonder. The vision of the Cailleach's tear, the emerald droplet of hope, remained vivid in his memory, a powerful reminder of the enduring power of nature's magic, the cyclical rebirth of the land, and his own intimate role within the grand tapestry of existence. The passing of winter was not an ending, but a transition, a passage into a new cycle of life, vibrant and full of promise. The awakening earth, the air, once thick with the sharp tang of frost, now held a gentler fragrance. It was the scent of damp earth, of thawing soil, releasing the perfumes it had held captive throughout the long winter. This wasn't the heady aroma of summer blooms, not yet. This was a more subtle fragrance, earthy and grounding, carrying the promise of life reborn. It was a scent that seeped into Eóin's very being, stirring a quiet joy within him. He knelt, his fingers brushing against the still cool earth. The ground, once hard as iron, now yielded slightly under his touch, a testament to the relentless work of the sun. Small, hesitant sprouts of green were pushing their way through the decaying leaf litter, fragile tendrils reaching for the warmth that bathed the land. These weren't the bold, vibrant greens of summer, but rather a muted, almost ethereal shade, the color of nascent hope, a whispered promise of spring. They were the pioneers of the season, these first tender shoots of grass, bravely venturing forth from the darkness. They emerged from the protection of rocks and fallen logs in the sheltered hollows where the snow had lingered longest, clinging to the last vestiges of winter's cold embrace. Each tiny blade was a testament to the indomitable spirit of nature, a symbol of the enduring power of life to overcome adversity. The process was gradual, almost imperceptible at first. One day, a solitary blade might push its way through the soil, only to be followed by another, then another, until a cluster appeared, a small army of green advancing against the retreating winter. Then, as the days grew longer and the sun's warmth intensified, the pace accelerated. The green shoots multiplied, their numbers growing exponentially, spreading like a vibrant tide across the landscape. Their color deepened as they basked in the sun's rays, transforming from pale, almost translucent greens to a richer, more verdant hue. The earth, once a stark, lifeless brown, now began to acquire a patchwork quilt of color, a vibrant tapestry woven from the threads of new life, patches of emerald green, interspersed with the russet browns of decaying leaves, created a mesmerizing mosaic, a testament to the intricate beauty of nature's artistry. These first green shoots were not alone in their emergence. Tiny buds, swollen with the promise of life, began to appear on the branches of the trees. They were tightly furled, like tiny fists clenched in anticipation, waiting for the sun's command to unfurl their vibrant petals. These buds, initially shy and inconspicuous, grew bolder with each passing day, their numbers increasing as the trees, long dormant, awoke from their winter slumber. The awakening was not confined to the plants. The animals, too, sensed the shift in seasons. The birds, returning from their southern migrations, filled the air with their joyous songs, their melodies intertwining with the murmuring streams and the gentle rustling of the wind through the trees. Their arrival was a potent symbol of renewal, a clear indication that winter's reign had finally ended. The sheep, their thick winter coats beginning to shed, grazed with newfound enthusiasm, their bleating echoing across the hillsides. Their movements were more energetic, their very presence a testament to the vitality that infused the land. Even the smaller creatures of the woodland, the shy voles and the elusive rabbits, emerged from their burrows, their movements more confident, their presence a silent acknowledgement of the season's shift. The streams, once frozen and still, now gurgled and flowed, their waters carrying the debris of winter, fallen leaves, twigs, and the remnants of the melted snow towards the sea. The rivers, swollen with the melting snow, surged onward, their powerful currents a metaphor for the unstoppable force of renewal. Their rhythmic flow became the soundtrack of the awakening earth, a constant reminder of the relentless march of the seasons, the cyclical dance of life, death, and rebirth. The land itself seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, exhaling the chill of winter, inhaling the warmth of the suns. The soil, once frozen and hard, softened, becoming receptive to the seeds that lay dormant beneath its surface. The seeds, too, felt the call of spring, sensing the warmth and the moisture that promised new life. They began to swell, their tiny embryos awakening, preparing to push forth into the light. Eóin watched this transformation unfold, his heart swelling with a sense of wonder. He saw the intricate interconnectedness of all things, the delicate balance between life and death, the cyclical nature of existence. The vision of the Cailleach's tear, the emerald droplet of hope, remained vivid in his mind, a powerful reminder that even amidst the harshest winter, the promise of spring persisted. This wasn't merely the end of winter. It was a profound metamorphosis, a testament to the enduring magic of the natural world. The air buzzed with a palpable energy, a vibrant hum that resonated through the landscape. The colors were intensifying, becoming bolder and brighter as the sun's power grew. The scent of damp earth mingled with the faintest hints of floral perfume as the first timid blossoms began to unfurl their petals. The sounds of nature became a chorus of life. The bird song, the murmuring streams, the rustling leaves, all blending into a symphony of renewal. He felt a deep connection to this transformation, a sense of belonging to this intricate tapestry of life. He wasn't merely an observer, he was a participant, an integral part of the Earth's awakening. He understood, on a visceral level, the cyclical nature of existence, the constant interplay of creation and decay, of life and death. The image of the Cailleach, the ancient hag who wove the winter mantle across the land, seemed less menacing now, less a symbol of death, and more a representation of the inevitable passage of time, the necessary dormancy that precedes the explosion of life. Her tear, the single emerald droplet of hope, was not merely a vision, but a tangible manifestation of the earth's enduring resilience, its unwavering capacity for renewal. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of orange and purple, Eóin felt a profound sense of peace. The awakening earth, vibrant and alive, was a sight to behold, a testament to the power of nature and the enduring cycle of life, death, and rebirth. He knew that this was only the beginning, the first chapter in the unfolding story of spring, a season brimming with the promise of new beginnings, of growth, and of an abundance of life. He felt a deep sense of gratitude for the privilege of witnessing this extraordinary transformation, this magical awakening of the land. The journey of the seasons continued, and Eóin, a part of this grand tapestry of life, was ready for whatever came next. New growth emerges. The first hesitant blooms emerged from the thawing earth, like shy children peeking from behind a curtain. They were not the bold, flamboyant flowers of high summer, but delicate things, their petals a whisper of color against the still brown backdrop of the earth, a scattering of snowdrops, their tiny white bells nodding in the gentle breeze, heralded the arrival of spring. Their fragile beauty, so easily crushed, was a testament to the tenacity of life, a symbol of hope, pushing through the lingering chill of winter. They clung to the edges of the melting snowdrifts, their slender stems reaching for the warmth of the sun, their presence a beacon in the landscape still largely defined by muted browns and grays. Following the snowdrops came the crocuses, their vibrant purple, yellow, and white petals, a stark contrast to the monochrome landscape of recent weeks. These were bolder blooms, their colors a vibrant declaration of spring's arrival, a joyful burst of energy against the subdued tones of the awakening earth. They pushed through the soil, with an almost aggressive determination, their petals unfurling in the sun's warming embrace, a testament to the irrepressible urge of nature to flourish. They nestled amongst the still dormant leaves, their colors echoing the promises whispered by the early green shoots, a chorus of renewed vitality. And then, in sheltered hollows and along sun-drenched banks, the first tentative daffodils unfurled their golden trumpets, their bright yellow petals, imbued with the sun's own light, seemed to illuminate the entire landscape. These blooms were not merely flowers, they were symbols of hope, resilience, and the enduring power of nature to overcome adversity. Each delicate petal, each slender stem spoke of the cycles of life and death, the continuous renewal that governed the earth's rhythms. Their fragrance, sweet and subtle, carried the promise of warmer days and longer nights, a heady perfume that infused the air with the spirit of spring. The emergence of these flowers was not a sudden, dramatic event, but a gradual unfolding, a slow and steady revelation of life's resurgence. Each new bloom, each unfolding petal was a moment of magic, a small miracle repeated countless times across the landscape. The transformation was subtle, yet profound, weaving a vibrant tapestry of color into the earth's awakening. The muted browns and grays of winter were gradually replaced by a kaleidoscope of hues, a breathtaking panorama of renewal. The vibrant greens of the newly emerged grass provided a perfect backdrop for the delicate wildflowers, their contrasting colors forming a harmonious blend. The young grasses, no longer pale and hesitant, now stood tall and proud, their leaves a vibrant emerald, their strength a testament to the earth's resilience. They swayed gently in the breeze, their rhythmic movement creating a hypnotic dance with the newly bloomed flowers. Together, the flowers and the vibrant greens represented life and strength, a breathtaking symphony of renewal. The beauty of this new growth wasn't confined to the lowlands. On the hillsides, where the snow had lingered longest, the awakening was slower, but no less impressive. Patches of melting snow revealed the first signs of life. A cluster of hardy primroses, their faces turned towards the sun, their delicate petals a soft blend of yellow and orange. Further up, where the wind still bit with a lingering chill, the hardy heather began to show signs of life, its tiny buds swelling with the promise of future blooms. Even the bare branches of the trees, still stark against the sky, hinted at the vibrant life that was soon to come. Tiny buds swelling imperceptibly, waiting for the sun's command to unfurl. This new growth wasn't just a visual feast. It was a sensory experience. The air, once crisp and cold, now held the sweet perfume of the wildflowers, mingling with the earthy fragrance of the thawing soil. The sound of nature shifted from the muted whispers of winter to the vibrant chorus of spring. The bird song, more insistent now, filled the air with joyous melodies. The murmuring streams, swollen with melted snow, chuckled and gurgled, their waters carrying the promise of life. And the gentle rustle of leaves, newly unfurled, whispered secrets of renewal. Eóin, a keen observer of the natural world, spent many hours lost in the burgeoning beauty of this springtime awakening. He would wander through the fields, his eyes tracing the delicate lines of the new growth, his fingers brushing against the soft petals of the wildflowers. He felt a deep connection to this burgeoning life, a sense of wonder and awe at the earth's power to regenerate. He understood now, more profoundly than ever before, the cyclical nature of existence, the intricate dance between life and death, and the enduring power of hope. He found himself tracing the parallels between the emergence of these delicate flowers and his own life's journey. Just as these fragile blossoms had pushed through the hard earth, so too had he endured hardship and emerged stronger, more resilient. The vibrant colors of the flowers mirrored the joys and beauties he had experienced, while the resilient green of the grass spoke to his own inner strength, his capacity to endure and overcome adversity. Each day brought new discoveries, new wonders. He would find a patch of bluebells hidden beneath a sprawling oak, their delicate bells ringing with the promise of spring. He would discover a colony of vibrant violets clinging to the damp soil of a woodland path, their deep purple petals a testament to the earth's hidden treasures. He found himself drawn to the wild rose bushes, their buds slowly swelling, promising a profusion of fragrant blossoms in the weeks to come. Each tiny bud, each unfolding leaf was a testament to the enduring power of life. The awakening was not limited to the flora. The fauna, too, responded to the change of season. The birds, their songs filling the air, built their nests with renewed energy. Squirrels scampered amongst the branches of the trees, their movements quick and agile, their chatter a joyful celebration of spring's arrival. Even the shy creatures of the woodland, rabbits and hares, badgers and foxes, emerged from their winter retreats, their movements more confident, their presence a silent acknowledgement of the earth's renewal. The transformation was complete. The stark, monochrome landscape of winter had been replaced by a vibrant and colorful tapestry of life. The air hummed with a palpable energy, the scent of spring filling every corner of the land. The once silent hills were alive with the sounds of nature, the melodies of birdsong intertwined with the gentle rustling of leaves and the gurgling of streams. This was not merely the end of winter. It was the beginning of a new chapter, a time of growth, renewal, and abundant life. Eóin, standing amidst this spectacular display of nature's artistry, felt a profound sense of peace and gratitude, knowing he was but a small yet integral part of this grand tapestry of life. The cycle continued, the journey of the seasons unfolding, and Eóin, ready for what came next, carried the memory of this breathtaking awakening deep within his heart. Eyes renewed, hope the sun, a molten gold coin in the vast azure expanse, warmed Eóin's face as he sat perched on the windswept hill. Below him, the valley unfolded like a vibrant tapestry, woven with threads of emerald green and splashes of vivid color. The transformation was breathtaking, a stark contrast to the stark, frozen landscape of just weeks ago. The memory of the Cailleach's tear, that single melted crystal holding the promise of spring, remained vivid in his mind, a potent symbol of hope that resonated deeply within his soul. He watched as a flock of curlews, their calls echoing across the valley, danced on the wind currents, their graceful flight mirroring the effortless beauty of the burgeoning spring. Their movements were a fluid expression of life's energy, a celebration of the season's rebirth. He noted the subtle shift in the air, a change from the biting chill of winter to a gentle warmth infused with the sweet, earthy perfume of the thawing soil. The scent was a heady blend of wildflowers, damp earth, and the fresh, clean fragrance of the awakening land. It filled his senses, soothing his soul, and instilling a deep sense of peace and belonging. Eóin's vision, the one triggered by the Cailleach's tear, played repeatedly in his mind. It wasn't a mere dream, but a profound understanding, a glimpse into the heart of nature's ceaseless rhythm. He had seen the dance of life and death, the cyclical nature of existence, the constant ebb and flow that governed the world around him. He had witnessed the withering of winter, the seeming death of the land, only to be greeted by the glorious resurrection of spring, a testament to the enduring power of life and the unwavering hope of renewal. This understanding profoundly altered his perspective. He no longer viewed winter's harsh grip as an enemy, but as an essential part of a larger, more intricate cycle. The stark beauty of the snow-covered landscape, once a symbol of bleakness, now held a deeper significance, a reminder of the necessary pause, the period of rest before the explosive burst of life that followed. The loss, the death, the cold starkness, all were essential ingredients in the creation of the vibrant spring. The wind whispered through the tall grasses, a soft melody that carried the essence of the unfolding season. Eóin traced the delicate veins of a young oak leaf, feeling the rough texture under his fingertips. He found himself marveling at its delicate perfection, a tiny miracle crafted by the earth's unwavering power. The leaves, unfurling slowly, reached towards the sun, their green hues vibrant and intense, symbols of life's tenacious grasp. He spent hours wandering the newly awakened landscape. He followed the meandering streams, their waters gurgling and murmuring, carrying the promise of spring to every corner of the valley. He watched as butterflies, their wings like stained glass, flitted from flower to flower, their graceful movements a celebration of life's inherent beauty. He listened to the birdsong, a vibrant chorus of joyous melodies filling the air, a symphony of life echoing through the valley. Each flower, each blade of grass, each insect buzzing lazily in the warm sunlight held a unique beauty, a testament to nature's intricate artistry. He noticed the vibrant purple of the wild violets, their delicate petals unfurling in the sun's embrace, echoing the joyous energy of the season. He saw the bright yellow of the daffodils, their trumpet-like blooms holding the sunlight, their fragrance a heady perfume that filled the air. He observed the shy bluebells, their delicate bells hidden beneath the protective canopy of ancient trees, their presence a secret shared between the earth and the sky. He found a deep connection to this vibrant world, a sense of belonging he had not felt before. He wasn't merely an observer. He was an integral part of this grand tapestry of life, connected to the cycles of nature in a way he could never have imagined. He understood the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate balance that governed the world around him. The renewed hope was not just a feeling, it was a tangible reality reflected in the vibrant landscape. It was in the strength of the young shoots, pushing through the thawing earth, in the vibrant colors of the flowers, in the joyous melodies of the birds, in the energy that hummed in the air. It was in his own heart, a renewed sense of purpose and understanding. He felt a responsibility, a silent pact with the earth to protect and cherish this delicate beauty, to be a guardian of the cycle, to witness and honor the unceasing dance of life and death. He understood his role in the grand scheme of things. He wasn't merely a passive observer. He was an active participant in the cyclical journey of nature. He carried the weight of this understanding, not as a burden, but as a privilege, a sacred duty. The responsibility instilled a sense of calm, of purpose, a quiet contentment. The future, once shrouded in uncertainty, now held a different light, a glimmer of hope and understanding. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the valley, Eóin sat quietly, absorbing the beauty that surrounded him. He watched as the last rays of sunlight painted the sky in hues of orange, pink, and purple, a breathtaking spectacle that mirrored the vibrant colors of the awakening land. He felt a profound sense of gratitude, a deep appreciation for the beauty of life, the cyclical nature of existence, and the unwavering hope of renewal. He carried this newfound understanding deep within his heart, a source of strength and comfort as he continued his journey. The passing of winter had not only brought the promise of spring, but also a profound understanding of himself and his place within the grand tapestry of life. The cycle continued, and Eóin, ready for whatever came next, was now an integral part of its endless flow. The future, once a daunting prospect, was now filled with a renewed hope and quiet certainty. He was ready. He belonged. Spring's abundance. The air, once biting and sharp, now hummed with a gentle warmth, carrying the scent of damp earth and burgeoning life. The valley, once a monochrome canvas of white and gray, exploded with color. Emerald green carpets of grass spread across the hillsides, punctuated by the vibrant splashes of wildflowers. A symphony of colors unfolded, the deep purple of violets, shyly peeking from beneath mossy stones, the sunny yellow of daffodils, their trumpets heralding the arrival of spring, the delicate blue of the bluebells, their tiny bells ringing a silent welcome to the season. Even the trees, their branches still bare in places, seemed to vibrate with a renewed energy. their buds swelling with the promise of fresh leaves. The river, once a frozen serpent winding through the valley, now flowed with a renewed vigor, its waters gurgling and murmuring as they danced over smooth stones. The sound was a constant, comforting lullaby, a song of life and renewal. Along its banks, willow trees wept their slender branches into the current, their leaves a soft, tender green. Dragonflies, iridescent jewels of the air, flitted across the surface, their wings catching the sunlight, creating fleeting rainbows. Butterflies, their wings adorned with intricate patterns, danced a dizzying waltz amongst the wildflowers, their delicate movements, almost ethereal, seemed to embody the very essence of spring's ephemeral beauty. Each flutter of their wings was a celebration, a silent hymn to the returning sun. Monarchs, with their distinctive orange and black markings, drifted lazily amongst the blossoms, their presence a reminder of journeys taken and the enduring power of migration. Tiny, iridescent blooms shimmered, almost invisible against the backdrop of the vibrant blooms. The birdsong, a vibrant tapestry woven from 1,000 different melodies, filled the air. The blackbirds, their songs rich and melodic, announced their claim to territory. The robins, their cheerful chirps echoing through the valley, welcomed the dawn. The skylarks, soaring high above, poured their joyful melodies into the vast expanse of the sky. Their songs were a testament to the abundance of life, a celebration of the season's return. Even the normally quiet owls seemed to join the chorus, their calls softer, more playful, reflecting the overall festive atmosphere. Eóin wandered through this vibrant tapestry, feeling a deep connection to the earth, a sense of belonging he'd never felt before. He knelt, tracing the delicate veins of a newly unfurled oak leaf, feeling the rough texture against his fingertips. It was a miniature masterpiece, a testament to the enduring power of life. He ran his fingers through the velvety petals of a wild rose, its fragrance a heady perfume that filled his senses. Each touch, each scent, each sound deepened his connection to the world around him. He noticed the intricate patterns woven into the petals of a single flower, the delicate spiral of a snail's shell, the intricate network of veins in a leaf. The world, once perceived as a collection of separate entities, now revealed itself as a complex and interconnected whole, a living, breathing organism. He understood the interdependence of all living things, the intricate dance of life and death that sustained the ecosystem, the predatory birds circling high above, the humble earthworms tunneling beneath, the bees diligently collecting pollen. Each played a vital role in the intricate web of life. The abundance extended beyond the flora and fauna. He saw squirrels, their cheeks bulging with nuts, scampering amongst the branches. He watched rabbits, their fur the color of the newly sprung grass, darting across the meadows. He observed foxes, their coats sleek and reddish-brown, stealthily moving through the undergrowth. The air itself vibrated with the energy of life, a palpable force that resonated within his own being. He spent days exploring this newly awakened world, each day revealing new wonders and deepening his understanding of nature's cycles. He discovered hidden glades where sunlight filtered through the canopy of ancient trees, illuminating a carpet of wildflowers. He found secluded streams where the water cascaded over mossy rocks, creating miniature waterfalls. He discovered hidden pathways winding through the dense undergrowth, leading him to unexpected discoveries. He learned to read the subtle signs of nature, the direction of the wind, the angle of the sun, the behavior of the animals. He understood the rhythm of the seasons, the ebb and flow of life and death. He began to appreciate the beauty of imperfection, the natural variations that shaped the landscape, the gnarled branches of the ancient oak, the crooked path of the stream, the uneven texture of the earth. They all added to the rich tapestry of the natural world. They were not flaws, but integral parts of a larger, more profound beauty. As the days stretched into weeks, the transformation of the valley continued. The meadows were covered in a sea of wildflowers, their colors blending together in a breathtaking display. The trees were clothed in new leaves, their vibrant green a stark contrast to the muted tones of winter. The air buzzed with the sound of insects, their relentless activity a testament to the abundance of life. The valley was alive, vibrant, pulsating with the energy of spring. Eóin felt a deep sense of peace and belonging, a connection to something larger than himself. He was not merely an observer. He was a participant in this grand, intricate dance of life. He felt a responsibility, a silent pact with the earth to protect and cherish this delicate beauty, to be a steward of the land. The understanding he'd gained was not just intellectual, it was visceral, a deep sense of connection to the cycles of nature, a feeling of belonging and purpose he had never experienced before. He watched the sun set over the valley, painting the sky in a breathtaking array of colors. The landscape was a symphony of light and shadow, the colors blending and shifting, creating a spectacle of beauty. The vibrant hues mirrored the colors of the valley, underscoring the inherent beauty and delicate balance of nature's ceaseless cycle. As darkness fell, the valley transformed again, the sounds of nocturnal animals replacing the daytime chorus of birds and insects. The owls called to each other, their hoots echoing through the night air, a reminder of the constant flow of life, even as day turned to night. Eóin felt a deep sense of satisfaction, a contentment that came from understanding his place within the grand cycle, the endless flow of life and death. He was home, and he was ready. The cycle continued, and he was part of it. The future, once uncertain, now felt full of promise. He was ready. He belonged. The spring's abundance was not just a season, it was a way of life, and Eóin was embracing it fully. The shepherd's role. The dawn broke, painting the eastern sky in hues of rose and gold, mirroring the blush on the faces of the sheep as they awoke. Eóin, no longer just a shepherd, but a custodian of this vibrant landscape, felt the familiar pull of responsibility. He moved amongst his flock, his touch gentle, his movements fluid, a silent dance between man and beast. He knew each sheep intimately, recognizing their individual personalities, their subtle shifts in mood, their unspoken needs. It was more than tending. It was a communion, a shared existence within the heartbeat of the valley. The sheep, once mere charges, now felt like companions, their soft wool brushing against his hands as he guided them to their morning pasture. He noticed the way they grazed, their quiet rumination, a testament to the harmony of the ecosystem. He observed the intricate interplay between them and the land, the way they shaped the landscape through their grazing, their manure nourishing the earth. He saw them not as separate entities, but as integral parts of the larger tapestry of life. He understood their vulnerability, their reliance on his care, their inherent connection to the land. He felt a profound responsibility for their well-being, a guardianship that extended beyond the physical realm. As the sun climbed higher, casting long shadows across the meadows, Eóin led his flock towards the higher pastures, a symphony of bleating and tinkling bells accompanying their ascent. He chose the paths carefully, considering the terrain, the availability of water, the presence of predators. His decisions were not arbitrary. They were informed by an intimate knowledge of the land and its inhabitants, a wisdom gleaned from his deep connection to the natural world. He knew which grasses were most nutritious, which plants were poisonous, which places offered shelter from the elements. He understood the subtle nuances of the landscape, the delicate balance that sustained the ecosystem. He observed the intricate web of life unfolding around him. A hawk circling high above, its keen eyes scanning the ground for prey. A family of rabbits darting across the meadows, their movements a blur of white and brown. A fox, its coat the color of autumn leaves, slinking through the undergrowth. He saw the predatory birds not as enemies, but as essential components of the ecosystem, maintaining the delicate balance of nature. He understood the role each creature played, the interconnectedness of their lives, the intricate dance of survival and sustenance. He watched, not with detachment, but with a deep sense of respect and wonder. His understanding extended beyond the visible world. He felt the subtle energy of the earth beneath his feet, the pulse of life that flowed through the land. He sensed the ancient wisdom of the trees, their silent observation, their deep roots anchoring them to the earth. He felt the wind whisper secrets in his ear, carrying the scent of rain, the murmur of the river, the song of the birds. The valley was not simply a landscape. It was a living entity, a sentient being with which he shared an intimate connection. Midday brought the heat of the sun, the air thick with the scent of wildflowers and warm earth. Eóin sought shade under the boughs of an ancient oak, its gnarled branches reaching towards the sky like arthritic fingers. He rested, watching his sheep graze peacefully, their rhythmic movements a soothing balm to his soul. He felt a sense of serenity, a deep contentment that came from being immersed in the natural world, a connection to something larger than himself. It wasn't just about survival, it was about belonging, about being part of a larger, interconnected whole. His understanding of his role extended beyond the simple task of shepherding. He was, he realized, a steward of the land, a protector of the delicate balance of the ecosystem. He was responsible for the well-being of his sheep, but also for the preservation of the land itself. He saw his actions not in isolation, but in the context of the larger cycle of life and death. He saw himself as a participant, a contributor to the grand design, a link in the chain of existence. As the afternoon wore on, He began to understand the cyclical nature of everything, the growth and decay of the plants, the birth and death of animals, the seasons themselves. All were part of an endless rhythm, a perpetual dance of renewal. He saw his role as part of this grand cycle, his actions contributing to its ongoing continuation. He was not separate from nature. He was a part of it, an integral element in its intricate design. The evening brought a change of pace. The air grew cooler. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in a vibrant tapestry of colors. The sheep gathered around him, seeking shelter and warmth, their bodies huddled close for comfort and protection. Eóin felt a surge of protectiveness, a profound responsibility for their safety. He was their guardian, their protector, their shepherd. He was also a participant in the grand tapestry of life, a part of the intricate web that connected all living things. He built a fire, the flames dancing and crackling, casting long shadows across the valley. The warmth of the fire soothed not only his body, but also his soul. He felt a deep sense of gratitude for the simple things, the warmth of the fire, the companionship of his sheep, the beauty of the surrounding landscape. These were not just gifts of nature, they were expressions of the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate balance that sustained life itself. The night sky was a vast expanse of darkness, speckled with the twinkling lights of countless stars. The moon, a silvery orb in the inky black, cast a gentle glow upon the valley. Eóin felt a deep connection to the cosmos, a sense of belonging to something much larger than himself. He was not merely a shepherd, he was a link in the chain of existence, a participant in the grand cycle of life and death, a custodian of the land, a steward of the earth. His role was not simply to care for his sheep, it was to participate in the endless, breathtaking dance of nature. The future, once a blur of uncertainty, now held a clear and purposeful path. He would continue, forever bound to the earth, forever connected to the endless cycle. The sheep were not just animals to care for. They were his family, his companions, his partners in the ongoing song of life. He was home. He belonged. The cycle continued, and so did he, observing the change. The first snow fell like a whispered secret, a soft hush upon the land. It wasn't the brutal, biting frost of the Cailleach's full winter's wrath, but a tentative dusting, a gentle prelude to the coming cold. Eóin watched from his hillside vantage point, The familiar landscape transformed, the vibrant greens and golds of autumn, still clinging to the lower slopes, were now softened, muted by the pristine white. The sheep, their coats already thickening for the coming months, moved with a slower, more deliberate grace, their movements almost hypnotic in their rhythm. He saw in their quiet acceptance a reflection of the natural world's acceptance of change, an understanding far beyond human comprehension. He understood the cyclical nature of things more deeply now, the way the seasons intertwined, each one building upon the last, each one necessary for the next. The vibrancy of spring, the lush abundance of summer, the fiery beauty of autumn, all were but stages in the grand, unfolding drama of the year. And winter, with its stark beauty and chilling stillness, was the necessary pause, the quiet contemplation before the next burst of life. He remembered the Cailleach's tear, that single melted crystal holding the promise of spring within its heart. It was a potent symbol, a reminder that even in the deepest cold, the seeds of renewal slumbered, patiently awaiting their time to awaken. He saw the tear not as a mere drop of water, but as a representation of hope, a testament to the enduring power of life's resilience. The days shortened, the nights lengthened, and the world settled into a quieter rhythm. Eóin spent his days tending his flock, his movements attuned to the changing conditions. He learned to read the subtle signs of the weather, the shifts in the wind, the patterns in the clouds. He understood the language of the land, the whispers of the wind through the trees, the rustling of leaves underfoot. He felt the earth's pulse beneath his boots, the ancient heartbeat of the planet resonating within his own. He observed the subtle changes in the landscape. The rivers, once gushing with the meltwater of spring, now flowed more slowly, their waters reflecting the stillness of the season. The trees, once adorned with vibrant leaves, stood stark and bare, their branches reaching towards the sky like skeletal arms. Even the stones seemed to hold a different energy, a quiet stillness that mirrored the spirit of the season. But it was not a stillness of death, but of rest, of preparation. Underneath the snow, the roots of the plants lay dormant, gathering strength for the coming spring. The seeds, buried deep within the earth, waited patiently for the warmth of the sun. The animals, sheltered from the harsh elements, conserved their energy, awaiting the return of the warmer months. Eóin understood this process, recognizing the delicate balance between life and death, growth and decay. It was a dance, a perpetual cycle of renewal and rebirth. He spent his evenings by the fire, the flames dancing and crackling, casting flickering shadows on the walls of his small stone hut. He felt a deep sense of peace, a quiet contentment that came from his understanding of his place within the natural world. He wasn't merely a shepherd, he was a part of the grand, unending cycle, a participant in the grand design. He watched the snow accumulate layer upon layer, blanketing the valley in a pristine white. The world grew quieter, the sounds of nature muted by the soft blanket of snow. Yet, there was a different kind of beauty in this silence, a profound stillness that spoke of the land's enduring strength and the promise of renewal. He saw the patterns of the snowflakes, each one unique, each one a miniature marvel of natural artistry. He watched the way the snow clung to the branches of the trees, transforming them into ethereal sculptures. He observed the way the light played upon the snow-covered landscape, creating a breathtaking spectacle of light and shadow. He marveled at the intricate beauty of the natural world, the silent symphony of the winter months. The stillness of the winter was not a time of inactivity. It was a time of reflection, a time of preparation, a time of waiting. Eóin knew that the cycle would continue, that the cold would eventually give way to the warmth, that the darkness would eventually yield to the light. He understood that change was inevitable, that the seasons were in constant flux, that life and death were inextricably intertwined. He spent many hours observing the delicate balance between growth and decay. He watched the old leaves decompose, returning their nutrients to the earth, nourishing the soil for the new growth of the coming spring. He saw the fallen branches, broken by the weight of the snow, providing shelter and nourishment for smaller creatures. He understood that even in death, there was a continuity, a seamless transition into new life. The cycle continued, eternally turning. He recognized that his role was not to control or manipulate nature, but to observe and understand it, to live in harmony with its rhythms. He was a participant, not a master. He was a shepherd, but he was also a student, learning from the ancient wisdom of the land, gaining insight into the interconnectedness of all living things. The long winter nights were filled with contemplation, with a quiet meditation upon the mysteries of the natural world. He watched the stars blaze across the inky canvas of the night sky, feeling a profound connection to the cosmos, a sense of belonging to something far larger than himself. He felt the ancient pulse of the earth beneath his feet, the heartbeat of the planet resonating within his own being. The spring, when it finally arrived, was all the more vibrant and breathtaking because of the preceding winter's stillness. The snow melted, revealing the emerald shoots of new life pushing their way through the thawing earth. The rivers swelled with the meltwater, their currents carrying the promise of renewal. The trees burst forth with fresh green leaves, their branches adorned with the vibrant hues of the new season. The air was filled with the sounds of birdsong, the joyous chorus of life's return. Eóin watched it all unfold, not with mere observation, but with deep understanding and appreciation. He saw his role within this grand tapestry, his contribution to the perpetual cycle of renewal. He recognized that he was not separate from nature, but a part of it, an integral element in its intricate design. He was a shepherd, a guardian, a steward of the land, a participant in the enduring dance of life and death. And the cycle continued, and so did he. His life, like the turning seasons, was part of the endless, breathtaking song of existence. He was in essence home, acceptance of change. The thaw began subtly, a whisper rather than a roar, not a sudden deluge, but a gradual softening of the earth, a slow melting of the snow that had blanketed the land for so long. It started in the sheltered hollows, where the sun's rays lingered longest, and spread outwards, inch by painstaking inch, until the entire valley seemed to sigh in relief. The air, once crisp and biting, now carried the faint, sweet scent of thawing earth and the promise of spring. Eóin watched this transformation with a quiet joy, a deep contentment settling in his heart. He had spent the long winter months in a state of contemplative stillness, observing the rhythm of nature, recognizing the profound beauty in its quietude. Now, he witnessed the awakening, the reemergence of life from its slumber, and it filled him with a sense of wonder. He no longer saw the harshness of winter as an adversary, but as a necessary prelude, a period of rest and reflection before the vibrant burst of spring. The stark beauty of the snow-covered landscape had yielded to a gentler beauty, the burgeoning life pushing through the melting snow, a testament to the indomitable spirit of nature. He observed the delicate unfolding of life with a keen eye, noticing the tiny shoots of green pushing their way through the thawing earth, the swelling buds on the branches of the trees, the first hesitant songs of the returning birds. Each tiny detail spoke volumes of the resilience of life, the inherent drive to continue, to grow, to flourish. Despite the hardships faced, he saw the snowdrops, their pure white blossoms, a defiant declaration against the lingering cold, and the crocuses, their vibrant colors a promise of warmer days to come. These were not merely flowers, but symbols of hope, emblems of persistence and renewal. Their fragile beauty was a stark reminder of the power of life to overcome even the most formidable challenges. His understanding of the cyclical nature of existence deepened with each passing day. He saw the way the old leaves, once vibrant and full of life, now decomposed, returning their nutrients to the soil, nourishing the new growth. The cycle was not linear, but circular, a perpetual dance of birth, growth, decay, and rebirth. He found a profound sense of peace in this understanding, a sense of belonging, knowing that he was merely a small part of this vast, unending process. He spent his days tending to his flock, his movements attuned to the changing rhythms of nature. He observed the sheep, their coats beginning to shed the thick winter wool, their movements becoming lighter, more energetic as the days lengthened and the sun grew warmer. They grazed in the newly exposed meadows, their contentment mirroring his own. He felt a deep connection to them, understanding their instinctual connection to the land, their intuitive awareness of the cyclical patterns of life and death. They accepted the changes of the seasons without resistance, embodying a quiet wisdom that he strived to emulate. The evenings were filled with the sounds of nature's awakening, the chirping of crickets, the rustling of leaves, the distant bleating of lambs. He sat by the fire, the warmth radiating through him, reflecting on the transformations he had witnessed, the profound lessons he had learned. He saw the fire not simply as a source of warmth, but as a symbol of transformation itself. The way it consumed wood and transformed it into light and heat, mirroring the cyclical processes of nature. He felt a deep sense of gratitude for the earth, for the cycles of life and death, for the beauty and wonder of the natural world. His acceptance of change wasn't passive. It was an active engagement with the flow of life. He didn't resist the inevitable shifts of the seasons. Instead, he embraced them, finding joy in the inherent beauty of each phase. The harshness of winter, once feared, became a period of rest, reflection, and preparation. The vibrant burst of spring, once taken for granted, became a cause for profound gratitude and awe. The summer's abundance was celebrated, and the autumn's fiery beauty was recognized as a prelude to winter's quiet contemplation. The streams, once frozen solid, now chuckled and gurgled, carrying the melted snow towards the river, their waters reflecting the renewed vibrancy of the landscape. The trees, once stark and bare, were now adorned with fresh green leaves, their branches reaching towards the sun with renewed vigor. The air was filled with the scent of damp earth, the sweet fragrance of blossoming flowers, the vibrant song of birds, all contributing to a symphony of life and renewal. Eóin's understanding extended beyond the immediate landscape. He saw the cyclical nature of life reflected in the stars, the celestial bodies moving in their rhythmic dance across the night sky. He saw the way the moon waxed and waned, a constant reminder of the ebb and flow of existence. He felt a deep connection to the cosmos, recognizing that the patterns of life and death that he observed on Earth were mirrored in the vastness of space. His acceptance was not simply a resignation to the inevitable, but a conscious embrace of the totality of existence. He saw the beauty in the decaying leaves, recognizing their contribution to the soil's fertility. He saw the wisdom in the stillness of winter, appreciating its role in preparing the land for the vibrant renewal of spring. He saw the continuity in death, recognizing the way that one life gave way to another, the way that death nourished life, maintaining the delicate balance of the ecosystem. This deep understanding brought him a profound sense of peace and contentment. He felt a deep connection to the land, to the rhythms of nature, to the cyclical dance of life and death. He was not separate from nature, but an integral part of it, a participant in the grand design. His life, like the seasons, was a continual cycle of change, growth, decay, and renewal. He was not merely a shepherd, but a custodian of the earth, a guardian of the cycles of life. And as the cycle continued, so did he, his life a testament to the enduring power and beauty of the natural world. He was home, not just in his small stone hut, but within the heart of the grand, cyclical dance of existence itself. And in that, he found profound and lasting peace. A year's journey. Summer arrived in a blaze of glory, a vibrant explosion of color and life that followed the gentle awakening of spring. The meadows, once a patchwork of greens and browns, now overflowed with wildflowers, a riot of hues painting the landscape in a breathtaking tapestry. Butterflies, their wings like stained glass, danced among the blossoms, their delicate flight a testament to the season's abundance. The air hummed with the busy energy of insects, the drone of bees, a constant soundtrack to the sun-drenched days. Eóin's flock thrived, their wool thick and healthy, their grazing grounds lush and plentiful. He spent his days tending to them, his heart filled with a quiet joy as he witnessed their contentment, their effortless participation in the cyclical dance of life. The long days were filled with the sounds of summer, the chirping of crickets, the buzzing of bees, the bleating of lambs, the distant calls of birds. The evenings were warm and still, the air fragrant with the scent of honeysuckle and wild roses. He would often sit by the fire, the flames flickering and dancing, reflecting the vibrant energy of the season, a mirror to the flourishing life all around him. He felt a deep sense of connection to the land, a feeling of belonging that extended beyond himself, encompassing the entire ecosystem. He understood his role within it, not as a separate entity, but as an integral part of the grand design. He was not simply a shepherd, but a custodian of the land, a protector of its intricate balance. As the days shortened and the sun dipped lower on the horizon, the landscape began to transform again. Autumn arrived, a spectacle of fiery brilliance. The leaves, once vibrant green, now blazed with hues of crimson, gold, and russet. The trees, once lush and full, stood adorned with their autumnal finery, their branches reaching towards the sky in a final display of splendor. A gentle melancholy permeated the air, a bittersweet awareness of the season's transience. Yet, even in this farewell, there was beauty, a stark and poignant magnificence that held its own unique charm. Eóin watched the transformation with a profound sense of appreciation, recognizing the inherent beauty in each stage of the cycle. The harvest was bountiful, the earth generously yielding its fruits. Eóin gathered his stores, preparing for the coming winter, his actions mirroring the natural rhythms of the land. He felt a deep sense of satisfaction in this work, a contentment that arose From his understanding of the cycle and his participation in it, he gathered the acorns from the oak trees, their hard shells a promise of nourishment to come, and collected the fallen leaves, their decaying matter a vital contribution to the fertility of the soil. Every action was imbued with purpose, a contribution to the larger cycle of life and death. He saw the wisdom in preparing, in gathering and storing, understanding the necessity of provision for the coming months of stillness. The arrival of winter brought with it a sense of peace, a quietude that followed the vibrant energy of the summer and autumn. The snow fell softly, blanketing the land in a pristine, white shroud. The trees stood bare, their branches reaching towards the heavens, stark and elegant against the winter skies. The streams froze, their surfaces mirroring the cold, clear sky. The silence was profound, broken only by the occasional rustle of the wind or the distant call of a bird. Eóin did not fear the winter's harshness. He understood it as a necessary period of rest and reflection, a time of quiet contemplation before the renewal of spring. He spent the winter months tending to his flock, ensuring their well-being, providing shelter and warmth. He spent his evenings by the fire, reading ancient texts that spoke of the cycles of nature, the myths and legends that celebrated the earth's rhythms and the profound interconnectedness of all living things. He saw the wisdom of the ancients, their reverence for the natural world, their understanding of the cyclical nature of existence, their stories, woven through generations, spoke of the earth's wisdom, of the deep connection between humanity and nature, a connection that had been largely forgotten in the modern world. He learned from the old texts of the Cailleach, the old woman of winter, her role in the grand cycle, her power to weave the frost and ice, yet also her hidden role as a nurturer of the earth, preparing it for the rebirth of spring. The stories filled him with a deeper appreciation for the profound mystery and power inherent in the natural world. He saw the cyclical nature of life and death reflected in these ancient tales, a recurring theme that emphasized the inevitability of change and the beauty found in both growth and decay. The stories were not simply tales of the past, but a living testament to the cyclical nature of time itself, a constant reminder of the cyclical processes that shape existence. His days were filled with the quiet rhythm of his work, a pattern that mirrored the slower pace of the winter. He observed the subtle changes in the land, the way the snow drifted, the way the wind sculpted the frozen landscape. He watched the animals, their winter coats providing protection against the harsh conditions. He saw the way they sought shelter, their instinctive knowledge, a reminder of the importance of preparation and resilience. He felt a deep sense of kinship with these creatures, understanding their inherent connection to the earth, their ability to adapt and survive the winter's challenges. He observed their behavior, learning from their instinctual wisdom, their innate understanding of the natural rhythms of the land. The winter nights were long and dark, but they were not filled with fear or despair. Instead, they were a time of contemplation and reflection. Eóin would sit by the fire, the warmth a comforting contrast to the cold outside, and he would ponder the mysteries of the universe, the cyclical patterns of nature, and his own place within the grand design. He felt a profound sense of belonging, knowing that he was an integral part of the earth, connected to the rhythm of the seasons, the ebb and flow of life and death. He was not separate from nature, but a part of it, a participant in the grand, unending cycle. As the winter days began to lengthen, subtle changes began to appear in the landscape. The snow began to melt, revealing patches of earth beneath. The first hesitant shoots of spring appeared, fragile and delicate, pushing their way through the thawing soil. The birds returned, their songs filling the air with a joyful melody. The earth awakened from its slumber, its dormant energy stirring once more. Eóin watched with keen interest, his heart filled with a deep sense of anticipation and hope. He understood the significance of this renewal, the enduring power of life to overcome adversity, the cyclical nature of existence. He prepared for the renewal, carefully nurturing the first signs of spring, understanding his role in assisting the earth's rebirth. He felt a deep connection to the awakening land, a sense of participating in the grand process of renewal. The year had turned, completing its cycle, and with it, Eóin's understanding of the natural world deepened. He knew that he was not simply an observer, but a participant in the unending dance of life and death, a custodian of the earth's rhythms. His life was intertwined with the cycle, his actions contributing to the overall harmony and balance of the land. His actions were not separate from the natural world, but part of its intricate processes. He understood the importance of balance, the delicate interplay of growth and decay, life and death. that maintained the ecosystem's equilibrium. He was a part of this balance, and his life, like the seasons, was a continual cycle of change, growth, decay, and renewal. This understanding brought him a profound sense of peace and contentment. He was home, not just in his small stone hut, but within the heart of the grand, cyclical dance of existence itself. And in that, he found profound and lasting peace. The cycle continues, and he, in turn, continued with it, a testament to the enduring power and beauty of the natural world. The enduring symbol, the image of the Cailleach's tear, that single, perfect droplet of melted crystal clinging precariously to the windswept hill, remained etched in Eóin's memory, a vivid counterpoint to the stark, icy beauty of the winter landscape. It wasn't simply a tear, it was a promise, a tiny emerald beacon blazing defiance against the encroaching frost. That vibrant patch of grass, defying the season's grip, became a potent symbol, a living testament to the indomitable spirit of life itself. It echoed the ancient tales he had read, the myths of cyclical renewal, the constant dance between death and rebirth that shaped the very fabric of existence. Spring arrived tentatively at first, a hesitant whisper after the winter's prolonged silence. The snow melted slowly, revealing the earth beneath, dark and yielding after its long rest. The first shoots of green were fragile, vulnerable, yet possessed an unwavering determination, pushing their way through the thawing soil. Eóin watched them with a reverence born of understanding, knowing the immense effort it took for life to claw its way back from the icy embrace of winter. He tended to these tender sprouts with painstaking care, mirroring the Cailleach's own nurturing role, unseen yet vital in the grand cycle of the year. He saw the Cailleach's tear not just as a symbol of spring's arrival, but as a representation of hope's enduring presence. It was a reminder that even in the darkest depths of winter, the seeds of renewal lay dormant, waiting for their moment to burst forth. It was a powerful counterpoint to the inevitable decay and death inherent in the natural world, a testament to the cyclical nature of existence, the constant give and take between endings and beginnings. He reflected on the wisdom of the ancients, their understanding of this profound rhythm, their deep respect for the power of nature to both destroy and create. The memory of the tear pulsed within him, a tangible reminder that even amidst hardship and loss, hope persisted. It was a quiet hope, not boisterous or demanding, but a persistent, underlying current that flowed through the heart of the earth and the soul of man. It was a hope that whispered of new beginnings, of fresh starts, of the constant possibility of rebirth. It was a hope that strengthened him during the long winter months, sustaining him through the darkest nights and the bleakest days. The sheep, too, seemed to sense the shift in the season. Their winter coats, thick and protective, began to shed, revealing the lighter wool beneath. They grazed with renewed vigor on the emerging shoots of grass, their bleating echoing the increasing confidence of the warming land. Eóin saw their instinctive wisdom, their innate understanding of the cyclical nature of life, as a reflection of his own growing insight. He was no longer just a shepherd tending to his flock. He was a participant in the grand, unending cycle of nature itself. The symbol of the tear, however, resonated far beyond the immediate cycle of the seasons. It became a metaphor for the enduring human spirit, for the resilience of the human heart in the face of adversity. It spoke of the capacity for hope to flourish even amidst despair, for life to emerge triumphant from the clutches of death. Eóin found himself contemplating this broader application, seeing echoes of the tear's resilience in the stories of his ancestors, in the ancient songs and poems that celebrated the triumphs of the human spirit over overwhelming odds. The tear served as a constant reminder of the importance of perseverance, of the necessity of weathering the storms of life and embracing the inevitable changes that time brought. It wasn't about avoiding hardship, but about navigating it with grace and understanding, knowing that even the harshest winters eventually give way to spring's gentle embrace. The tear was a beacon of hope in the darkness, a promise that even after the long night, the sun would rise again. He began to see the tear's reflection in every aspect of life, in the weathering of old stones, the resilience of ancient trees that had survived countless storms, the tenacity of wildflowers pushing through cracks in the pavement. It was a symbol that transcended the natural world, extending into the human realm, a potent reminder of the enduring power of hope and the resilience of the human spirit. He recognized it in the faces of his fellow villagers, etched with the lines of hardship, yet alight with a quiet strength and determination. Their lives, like the land itself, were a testament to the cyclical nature of existence, a constant interplay of growth and decay, loss and renewal. The years that followed saw Eóin continue his life as a shepherd, but his perspective had shifted profoundly. He was no longer simply tending to his flock, but tending to a legacy, a connection to the ancient rhythms of the land. The Cailleach's tear, that single drop of melted crystal, had become a touchstone, a source of inspiration and strength. It was a reminder of his place within the larger cycle, a connection to the earth that transcended the mundane realities of daily life. He was not merely a shepherd, but a keeper of the land, a custodian of its ancient wisdom. He shared the tale of the Cailleach's tear with his children and grandchildren, passing down the ancient knowledge, the profound understanding of the natural world, the enduring power of hope. He taught them to observe the cycles of nature, to respect the earth's rhythms, to find inspiration in its resilience, and to cultivate their own inner strength, mirroring the unwavering spirit of the emerald grass that defied the winter's grasp. The story of the tear became a family heirloom, a sacred tradition passed down through generations, keeping the wisdom alive. The legacy of the Cailleach's tear extended beyond Eóin's immediate family. He shared the story with others in his village, weaving it into the fabric of their community, reminding them of the enduring power of hope and the interconnectedness of all living things. The tale resonated deeply, awakening a sense of shared understanding, a connection to the ancient wisdom of the land. He spoke of the cyclical nature of life, the necessity of accepting both joy and sorrow, growth and decay, as integral parts of the grand design. His words instilled a deep appreciation for the rhythms of nature, a renewed respect for the earth and its ability to endure, and a renewed sense of community, forged in shared experience and understanding of the ancient cycles. The tale of the Cailleach's tear served as a reminder that even in the face of adversity, hope remains a powerful force, capable of transforming despair into renewed vigor and transforming hardship into wisdom. The tear's enduring legacy was not just a story, but a living testament to the power of hope, a symbol of resilience that transcended generations. And in the quiet continuation of life's cycles, the emerald patch, a miniature echo of a timeless truth, would endure. The memory of the tear, that potent symbol of life's enduring power, became a living legacy woven into the very fabric of the community and passed down through the generations, a constant reminder of hope's unwavering presence, even in the face of winter's icy grip. The story itself, a tiny emerald spark amidst the vastness of existence, echoed the cyclical nature of life itself, constantly renewed and reborn, generation after generation, sharing the vision. The following spring, the thaw arrived with a gentler hand, coaxing life from the earth with a whisper rather than a roar. Eóin, tending his flock, felt a burgeoning need to share the profound vision granted to him on that windswept hill. The Cailleach's tear, that incandescent droplet of melted crystal, had become more than a memory. It was a living truth etched onto his soul. He started subtly, weaving anecdotes into his conversations with his neighbors, sharing snippets of his experience with the ancient hag-like figure, the biting wind, and the startling emerald patch of grass that defied the winter's grip. He spoke of the Cailleach not with fear, but with a newfound reverence, a recognition of her role in the grand, cyclical dance of life and death. He described her as a weaver, not of destruction, but of transformation. Her icy mantle, a necessary prelude to the vibrant tapestry of spring. The tear, he explained, was not a symbol of sorrow, but a potent emblem of enduring hope, a testament to the indomitable spirit of life that persists even amidst the harshest adversity. At first, his listeners were hesitant, their ingrained fear of the Cailleach, a figure of folklore shrouded in myth and legend, proving difficult to dispel. Some dismissed his words as fanciful ramblings, the product of a solitary shepherd's overly active imagination. Others listened with polite yet skeptical courtesy, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and polite disbelief. But Eóin persisted, his conviction unwavering, his words fueled by the vividness of his experience and the unshakable truth of the vision he had been granted. He chose his words carefully, avoiding the language of superstition and embracing the language of observation. He spoke of the delicate balance of nature, the intricate interplay of forces that govern the cycles of life and death. He described the resilience of the land, its ability to recover and regenerate, even after the most brutal winter. He pointed to the tenacity of the wildflowers pushing through cracks in the pavement, the stubborn survival of ancient trees that had weathered countless storms, all mirroring the emerald patch that had sprung forth from the Cailleach's tear. Slowly, his message began to take root. He spoke of the cyclical nature of life, not as a frightening inevitability, but as a source of strength and understanding. He encouraged his neighbors to look beyond the immediate hardships of their lives, to see the larger patterns at play, to recognize the enduring power of hope that lay dormant within the heart of the land, and indeed within their own hearts. He spoke of the importance of accepting the full spectrum of existence, the joys and sorrows, the triumphs and losses, the growth and decay, as integral parts of a larger, more meaningful design. He encouraged them to observe the natural world with renewed attention, to learn from its wisdom, to cultivate a deep respect for the intricate dance of life and death that shaped their world. He urged them to find strength in the cyclical nature of things, to understand that winter's harsh grip always yields to spring's gentle embrace. His tales resonated deeply. The villagers, initially hesitant, gradually came to appreciate the power and beauty of his words. They began to see the world through a new lens, recognizing the profound interconnectedness of all things, the inherent wisdom embedded within the natural world. Eóin's stories became a source of comfort, a balm for their anxieties, a beacon of hope amidst the uncertainties of life. They began to see themselves not merely as isolated individuals, but as integral parts of a larger, interconnected community bound together by their shared experience and their shared understanding of the ancient cycles. As his reputation grew, Eóin began to share his story beyond the confines of his village. He traveled to neighboring communities, sharing his vision of the Cailleach and the legacy of her tear. He spoke at gatherings and festivals, his words weaving a tapestry of ancient wisdom and profound understanding. His message of resilience and hope struck a chord in the hearts of many, awakening a deeper awareness of the natural world and the cyclical nature of existence. His tales transcended mere storytelling. They became a vehicle for social change, fostering a renewed sense of community and a deeper appreciation for the land. Villagers who had once been isolated and mistrustful began to collaborate more effectively, sharing resources and knowledge. There was a renewed respect for the earth and its rhythms, a deeper understanding of the interconnectedness of life, the annual cycles of planting and harvesting, once carried out with a degree of weary resignation, now felt infused with a new sense of purpose and meaning. The elders of the community, initially resistant to Eóin's unconventional perspectives, began to see the profound wisdom in his words. They recognized that his message was not merely a poetic tale, but a living testament to the enduring power of hope and the cyclical nature of existence. His stories became an integral part of their cultural heritage, passed down through generations, keeping the ancient wisdom alive. The legacy of the Cailleach's tear, once a personal experience, transformed into a collective understanding, woven into the very fabric of their society. Eóin's story didn't just impart knowledge, it fostered a new way of living. It instilled a profound respect for the earth, leading to sustainable farming practices, a mindful approach to resource management, and a genuine appreciation for the interconnectedness of all living things. The community thrived, not just materially, but spiritually, finding solace and strength in the cyclical rhythms of nature and the enduring power of hope that Eóin's story had ignited. His wisdom, born from a single tear of melted crystal, became a beacon of hope and a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. His legacy extended far beyond the boundaries of his village, echoing through generations, carrying the enduring message of hope and resilience. The tear itself, though long gone, remained a symbol of enduring renewal, its impact rippling through time and resonating in the hearts of countless others. The emerald patch, a tiny miracle on a windswept hill, had become a metaphor for the enduring human spirit, its image forever woven into the tapestry of the community, a living testament to the cyclical nature of life and the eternal power of hope. And so, the legacy of the Cailleach's tear continued, a silent promise of spring's return, whispered on the wind, echoing through the generations, a testament to the enduring power of hope, resilience, and the cyclical beauty of life itself. Passing on wisdom, the years that followed saw Eóin's hair turn the silver of winter frost, mirroring the Cailleach's own ethereal beauty. Yet, his eyes, once reflecting the youthful wonder of his vision, now held the deep, knowing gaze of one who had witnessed the grand tapestry of life unfold across the seasons. The emerald patch, once a fleeting image in his memory, had become a permanent fixture in his heart, a wellspring of wisdom he yearned to share. His flock, once his sole companions, were now joined by a new flock, a community of eager listeners captivated by his tales. He no longer confined his stories to hushed conversations amongst neighbors. Instead, he gathered the children around him, his voice a gentle melody weaving together the threads of his experience. He spoke of the Cailleach, not as a malevolent figure, but as a powerful force of nature, a guardian of the seasons, her icy breath a necessary prelude to the vibrant burst of spring. He described the intricate dance of life and death, not as a frightening inevitability, but as an elegant, cyclical rhythm. He showed them the delicate balance between the seeming harshness of winter and the enduring promise of renewal. His lessons were not merely abstract concepts. They were woven into the fabric of their daily lives. He taught them to read the language of the wind, to understand the subtle shifts in the weather patterns, to anticipate the changing seasons by observing the behavior of birds and animals. He showed them the intricate network of life beneath their feet, the teeming world of insects, the hidden pathways of subterranean creatures, the silent growth of roots reaching deep into the earth. He instilled in them a deep respect for the land, urging them to treat it with reverence and care. He taught them about the importance of observation, the need to look beyond the surface, to understand the intricate connections between all living things. He pointed to the seemingly insignificant details, the delicate tracery of frost on a window pane, the intricate patterns of snowflakes, the silent resilience of a tree weathering a storm, and showed them how each held a profound lesson about the resilience of nature and the persistent power of life. He used these everyday examples to illustrate the grand, cyclical rhythms of the natural world, embedding the lessons of the Cailleach's tear deeply into their understanding. His storytelling was not just about imparting factual knowledge. It was an art form, a way of transmitting cultural values and fostering a deeper connection with the land. He used vivid metaphors and evocative imagery, drawing on the richness of local folklore and mythology to make his lessons engaging and memorable. He incorporated traditional songs and rhymes into his narratives, turning the passing of wisdom into a shared cultural experience. His stories weren't just lessons. They were a way of life, woven into the tapestry of their community. The children, initially captivated by his tales, grew into young adults who carried his wisdom with them. They learned to cultivate the land with respect, mindful of its delicate balance and the need for sustainability. They developed a profound appreciation for the cyclical nature of life, understanding that loss and decay are essential aspects of the renewal process. They understood the wisdom in allowing for fallow periods, in recognizing the need for rest and recuperation. They were not merely farmers. They were custodians of the land, aware of their role in the grand, intricate dance of nature. As Eowyn's age advanced, his storytelling evolved. It moved beyond the mere recounting of his vision to a deeper exploration of the interconnectedness of all living things. He spoke of the delicate web of relationships between plants and animals, the importance of biodiversity, the intricate balance of ecosystems. He warned them of the dangers of disrupting these delicate balances, highlighting the potential consequences of human actions on the environment. His stories became a potent call for environmental stewardship, a lesson in the importance of living in harmony with the natural world. His wisdom extended beyond the immediate environment. He taught them about the cyclical nature of human societies, the rise and fall of civilizations, the importance of preserving cultural heritage and traditions. He showed them how the lessons of the past could illuminate the challenges of the present, how the wisdom of ancestors could guide them towards a more sustainable future. He used historical anecdotes and folk tales, weaving them into his narratives to emphasize the parallels between the natural and human worlds. He became not just a storyteller, but a revered elder, a keeper of the community's memory, a guardian of its cultural heritage. His wisdom permeated every aspect of their lives, shaping their values, guiding their actions, and ensuring the continuation of their unique cultural identity. The Cailleach's tear, though long gone, continued to flow through generations, its essence embedded in the community's ethos. The emerald patch, once a fleeting symbol of hope, became a powerful metaphor for their collective identity, a testament to their resilience and enduring spirit. The stories of Eóin and the Cailleach's tear became woven into the fabric of their oral tradition, passed down through generations. Young children learned these tales around crackling fires, their imaginations ignited by the evocative imagery and profound wisdom embedded within them. The stories were not just entertainment, they were a powerful means of transmitting knowledge, preserving cultural values, and shaping future generations. They served as a constant reminder of the importance of living in harmony with nature, respecting the cyclical rhythms of life, and cherishing the enduring power of hope. Eowyn's legacy extended far beyond his own lifetime. His wisdom became the foundation of a thriving community, deeply connected to the land and steeped in the richness of their cultural heritage. His stories inspired others to become guardians of their environment, preserving the wisdom of the past and forging a path towards a sustainable future. The legacy of the Cailleach's tear lived on, not just in memory, but in the way they lived, a vibrant testament to the power of storytelling and the enduring strength of the human spirit that finds hope even amidst winter's harshest embrace. His wisdom continued to ripple outwards, reminding people that even the smallest act of hope can have the power to transform a community and resonate through the generations. Just like the single incandescent tear, the emerald patch, a symbol of that enduring hope, remained a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, a legacy etched not just in history, but in the very soul of their community. The cycle continues. The wind, a constant companion across the generations, whispered tales of Eóin through the rustling leaves. His passing marked not an end, but a transition, a seamless weaving into the grand tapestry of the land's history. His lessons, once shared in hushed tones amongst neighbors and chanted to wide-eyed children, became ingrained in the very fabric of the community's being. The children he had taught, now elders themselves, carried his wisdom, their silver hair echoing the frost-kissed slopes where Eóin first encountered the Cailleach's tear. They continued to cultivate the land with a reverence born from understanding, a deep-seated respect for the cyclical rhythms of nature. The fallow periods were not seen as times of inactivity, but as moments of crucial rest and regeneration, mirroring the quiet stillness before the explosive energy of spring. They understood the intricate balance between the predator and the prey, recognizing the essential role each played in maintaining the health and vitality of the ecosystem. Their understanding extended beyond the immediate landscape, encompassing a broader awareness of the interconnectedness of all living things. The wisdom of the Cailleach's tear wasn't simply a lesson learned, but a living philosophy, guiding their decisions and shaping their interactions with the environment. They planned their harvests with an eye toward sustainability, mindful of the needs of future generations. They conserved resources, understanding that the earth's bounty was not limitless. Their approach was not one of dominion over nature, but of participation in its grand, cyclical dance. Their celebrations reflected this understanding. Harvest festivals were not merely expressions of gratitude for abundant yields. They were sacred rituals, acknowledging the land's generosity and honoring the cyclical nature of life and death. Winter solstice celebrations were filled with a quiet reverence for the stillness of the season, a time of reflection and introspection, mirroring the Cailleach's own contemplative presence. They saw these periods of dormancy not as barren wastelands, but as periods of necessary preparation, essential for the vibrant flourishing of spring. The stories of Eóin and the Cailleach's tear evolved, becoming richer, more nuanced with each retelling. They were not static narratives, but living, breathing accounts, shaped and reshaped by the experiences and interpretations of each generation. The children added their own embellishments, weaving in personal anecdotes and observations, further enriching the tapestry of the legend. The stories were not confined to the elders. They were embraced by all, becoming a powerful means of cultural transmission and community bonding. This living oral tradition ensured the continuity of Eowyn's legacy. The wisdom he shared wasn't merely stored in books or scrolls, but lived and breathed within the community. It was manifested in their sustainable farming practices, in their respectful treatment of the land, in their understanding of the intricate web of life that connected them all. The emerald patch, once a fleeting vision, became a perennial symbol of hope and resilience, a tangible representation of the enduring power of renewal. Their understanding of the cyclical nature of life extended beyond the environment, permeating every aspect of their societal structures. They understood the ebb and flow of human societies, recognizing that periods of decline and hardship were often necessary precursors to periods of growth and renewal. They valued cultural heritage and traditions, preserving them not as relics of the past, but as living connections to the wisdom of their ancestors. They looked to the past not with nostalgia, but with a discerning eye, extracting valuable lessons to guide their present and shape their future. The community's success wasn't measured solely in economic terms. Their prosperity was defined by their deep connection to the land, their strong sense of community, and their unwavering commitment to sustainability. They understood that true wealth lay not in material possessions, but in the richness of their cultural heritage, the strength of their community bonds, and their harmonious relationship with the environment. Over time, their approach became a model for other communities, demonstrating the potential for sustainable living and the power of cultural preservation. Their success drew attention, inspiring others to adopt similar practices and to seek a deeper understanding of the cyclical rhythms of nature. Their model, born from a single tear of melted crystal, became a testament to the enduring power of hope and the profound wisdom that can arise from a deep connection to the land. Generations later, the stories of Eóin, the Cailleach, and the tear continued to resonate, woven into the community's identity like the threads of a finely crafted tapestry. The children, gathered around crackling fires on cold winter nights, still heard tales of the emerald patch, a reminder of spring's enduring promise amidst the harshest winter. The stories served as a constant reminder that the cycle of life, like the seasons, was a continuous process of renewal, decay, and rebirth, a powerful testament to the resilience of both nature and the human spirit. The legacy of the tear extended far beyond the confines of their immediate community, its influence spreading through neighboring villages and eventually across wider regions. Scholars and travelers came to study their unique approach to sustainable living, their reverence for nature, and their rich cultural heritage. The wisdom of the Cailleach's tear, once a personal revelation to young Eóin, had become a beacon of hope, inspiring a growing movement toward environmental stewardship and cultural preservation. The stories continued to evolve, reflecting the changing times and incorporating new experiences and perspectives. Yet, the core message remained unchanged: the enduring power of hope, the cyclical nature of life, and the importance of living in harmony with the natural world. The tear, though long vanished, continued to flow through the generations, a potent symbol of resilience and the persistent power of the human spirit to find renewal even amidst the darkest winters. The emerald patch, a symbol of that enduring hope, remained a testament to the power of storytelling and the legacy of a man who dared to share the wisdom of a single tear. The cycle, born of a vision on a windswept hill, continued, ensuring that the spirit of Eóin and the enduring lesson of the Cailleach's tear would resonate through time, shaping the lives of countless generations to come. The wind, a faithful chronicler, still whispered his story, a testament to the enduring power of a single incandescent tear and the enduring hope it represented. The enduring power of nature. The wind, a tireless weaver, carried the whispers of the Cailleach's tear across the valleys and over the mountains, its message echoing in the rustling leaves and the murmuring streams. The community, shaped by Eóin's wisdom and the enduring legacy of that single crystalline tear, thrived not in spite of nature's power, but because of it. They understood that the harshness of winter was not an enemy to be conquered, but an integral part of a larger, more magnificent cycle that embraced both the stark beauty of frost-covered landscapes and the explosive vibrancy of springtime's rebirth. Their lives were a testament to the intricate dance between life and death, a rhythm as predictable as the sun's journey across the sky. They saw death not as an ending, but as a transformation, a return to the earth, nourishing the very soil that sustained their lives. The graves of their ancestors were not desolate memorials, but sacred spaces, places where the land quietly absorbed and transformed their essence, nurturing the growth of new life. This understanding permeated their daily rituals, shaping their approach to farming, their celebrations, and their very sense of self. Their farming practices were a reflection of their deep respect for the land. They did not exploit the earth. They worked in harmony with it, recognizing the importance of sustainable practices, rotation of crops, careful management of grazing lands, and the preservation of forests were not merely techniques. They were acts of reverence, acknowledging the earth's inherent generosity. They understood the delicate balance of the ecosystem and recognized their role as stewards, not conquerors. Their harvests were not simply occasions for rejoicing. They were sacred rituals, expressing gratitude for the bounty of the earth and acknowledging their dependence on its continued flourishing. The festivals they celebrated reflected this cyclical understanding of life. The winter solstice was not a time of despair, but of quiet contemplation, a period of introspection mirroring the Cailleach's own stillness. It was a time for reflection, for recognizing the darkness as a necessary prelude to the light, the quiet before the storm, the stillness before the explosion of spring. They honored the darkness, not as an adversary, but as a vital component of the greater cosmic dance. Their celebrations were not just merry gatherings, but acts of communion with the natural world, reaffirming their connection to the earth's rhythms and acknowledging the interconnectedness of all living things. The community understood the power of storytelling as a means of cultural preservation and continuity. Eóin's tale, enriched by generations of retellings, and reinterpretations became a living legend, a testament to the enduring power of nature and the resilience of the human spirit. Each retelling added new layers of meaning, reflecting the changing perspectives and experiences of the community. The children's interpretations often brought a fresh, innocent perspective, adding new embellishments and anecdotes that further enriched the tapestry of the story. The tales were not just bedtime stories. They were potent reminders of their history, their values, and their connection to the larger cycle of life. The elders' wisdom was not confined to words alone. It was embodied in their actions, their sustainable practices, and their unwavering respect for the natural world. They taught by example, showing their young how to live in harmony with nature, how to appreciate the quiet beauty of the landscape, and how to find meaning in the cyclical rhythms of life and death. Their influence wasn't limited to their immediate community. It spread through generations, inspiring others to adopt similar practices and to develop a deeper understanding of the Earth's intricate tapestry. The legacy of the Cailleach tier transcended geographical boundaries. The community's success, their thriving economy, built on sustainable practices and cultural preservation, drew attention from far and wide. Scholars and travelers came to study their way of life, marveling at their harmonious relationship with nature and their rich cultural heritage. They became a model for other communities, demonstrating the power of living in accordance with the rhythms of the earth. Their story became a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the profound wisdom of embracing the cyclical nature of life. The recurring themes of renewal and rebirth mirrored the natural world's unwavering power. The community recognized that decline and hardship, like winter's grip, were merely phases within the larger cycle. They valued resilience, understanding that periods of struggle often paved the way for periods of growth and abundance. Their celebrations weren't solely about moments of prosperity. They also honored the transitions, recognizing that each season held its own unique beauty and significance. The spirit of Eóin lived on, not as a static figure frozen in time, but as a living, breathing presence woven into the fabric of their culture. His legacy was not just a historical record, it was a living philosophy, a way of life passed down through generations. His message was one of acceptance, understanding, and deep respect for the natural world, a testament to the power of a single potent symbol, the Cailleach's tear, to inspire lasting change. The emerald patch, that fleeting vision of spring's enduring presence, remained a potent symbol, a reminder that even amidst the harshest winter, the promise of rebirth always endures. The story of Eóin and the Cailleach became a beacon of hope, a source of strength and inspiration for countless generations to come. It was a story about the enduring power of nature, the cyclical dance of life and death, and the unwavering resilience of the human spirit. A story whispered on the wind, carried across valleys and mountains, a testament to the timeless wisdom of a single incandescent tear. The cycle continued, a testament to the power of hope and the profound connection between humanity and the natural world. The wind, a faithful witness, still carries its song, a melody of renewal and rebirth, echoing the enduring legacy of the Cailleach's tear.